What on earth did I just read? What's up, one and all? Happy Monday, or depressing Monday that we'll try and make slightly less depressing, I guess, maybe? Is it a green screen day? Might be a green screen day. We could probably do a green screen. Green screen day? I mean, it's right there. Green screen day! Whew. Alright. Slack sign you can't even type. I mean, I just thought like we were getting like a IQ check for a sec there. That seemed more like what we were doing. But yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm not too bad. Longer day than expected yesterday, man. I thought we could have a really fast resolution to the first qualifier, and then that last set. I mean, we talked about afterwards. Like, there's just something about the way the game's being played. It, like, felt very long. But some cool ones in there. We got a fun one as well. So, Wam versus Beasty. I just noticed as well, for some reason, there hasn't been a post on YouTube in like 3 days now. It's going to be. Yay! I did the. I need to get someone. Yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate. I don't know, man. Like, I just don't have the time myself, and it's really frustrating I don't have the time myself. I don't even, like, I currently am not, like, behind on all my, like, YouTube content for the variety content. And that takes a lot of time to edit anyway. Post on where? On YouTube. Like, the last upload, just double-checked when I got, like, which is coming on. It's, like, 9th of January, so sorry about that, guys. It's just been really inconsistent because the guy we had doing it has been incredibly touch and go. I don't really know how that one's going to resolve at this rate. It's a little bit awkward because it's weird because like originally there was talks like, yo, we're gonna. He was like, I got a really cool message from him. He's like, I think I'm ready. Like, you know, we'll get it rolling again, and I'll even be able to start doing shorts. I'm like, epic. And it just fell off again. It's like a few days passed, and then it's just like, okay, and we were just back to the weird limbo. I don't know. Might have the thing for me. Oh, is it like it's gonna be someone that automate all my problems, right, Kappa? Away. Yo, I'm running low on Red Bull. My Red Bull guy, I like, how many emails is too many emails, man? It keeps saying that I'm on the automated list. I am not on the automated list. Also, what happened with the camera? Holy crap, that dranked over. Like, I'm meant to be on a list to just have things sent out every month. I have never been on that list. God damn. It just, like, it's just full shebate. Oh, also, I need to add here, don't I? So I messaged on Discord? I don't think you have. This app's awesome. Thanks. It's actually a shit show behind. There's just lots of boxes because there's like furniture stuff that's arrived for the kitchen. And then there's like all of Freya's bikes and lots of boxes. It's like, it's a complete tip, basically. Oh man, I had to turn off the heating. I'm actually feeling hot for once. That's weird. Every other day, it's just been, like, super cold. So we're going to be starting with BC versus Wam, which is our third place deciding match. And then after which, we will be hopping into the new week of KPMM games and featuring a few different series as we go. Whoop, whoop. So, let's get the game spinning up. Oh, I'm ready. Ready? That's the noise. This song is so good. It's like my groove, man. Banjo-Kazooie, I need to go play for that game. But the problem is there's no... I can't find a ROM of Banjo-Kazooie at all. At all. And I realized I never played Banjo-Tooie, so maybe I should just take this to the opportunity it is to play Banjo-Tooie. I don't know how... So this is going to be the criminal part. I never even knew about Banjo-Tooie. Like, I was searching for the other day, I was like, I want to play Banjo-Kazooie. And I couldn't find a ROM, and I was like, what the fuck? What's Banjo-Tooie? Somehow, I never noticed that game existed. And it breaks my heart. My childhood was robbed, clearly, of something critical. God damn. Alright, so, game number one. Look at the drafts, actually. Well, I'm bringing out those Abbasids again. Interesting. So, we should be Dry Arabia for G1. What's going on here? Oh, wait. Wrong thing. There we go. Okay, so G1 is... Oh, God, it's Chinese French. It's a humongous picture on my mouse map. Oh, this is from a Midrasil. It's the World Tree from World of Warcraft. A little bit dusty under there. Whoops. So this was like a limited run mouse map that was made for the Race to World First in Midrasil. I got like one in each color. All right. Let's get ready to go. Wait, next song, come on, dude. Not even automatically going there. They're both losers. But one can be saved from that shame by being a winner amongst the losers. Third place matchup between Wam and Beasty for the week. Beasty takes to the field in the opening game with De Francais to see if he can slay and stay on the podium. But Wam has whipped out the Chinese. A tricky and difficult matchup. One that we have seen lead to pure late game when Wam is featured in the series. Let's see if it's going to happen today. Because we are hopping in the purple, it is indeed going to be Wam on the Chinese. A Civ that remains strong, but can it be dominant? Or is Beasty, maybe not winner at KPMM, but can consistently post in the top 3? Let's find out, because French is going to give him the tempered aggression he would need to field a sweaty game that could leave Wam fully on the defense. An opening onto the deer is going to set him up nicely to just look to scale fast towards that feudal. And the question mark upon arrival, will it be Pro Scouts in from the Chinese? Or is that a play that is simply going to be too difficult for the Canadian? Let's find out. Best of 5 ahead of us here. And these two, I got to give it Beasty. He's looking like he has the firm edge based on performances we've seen in the semis and before. Wam at the start of the year looks like he needs a bit of time to warm up. I'm sure it'll become the beast we've come to expect, but it hasn't been immediate like it would in the past. And China, like, look at the draft as well. Like, the other interesting thing is there's some spicy things brewing for Wam. He did pick up assets. Seriously, he keeps drafting. I've seen this a few times out of him. He got English in there as well. It's just a very unorthodox draft compared to Beasty, who went for, French, Malian, Sengoku. Obviously, Wam got the strong ones of Byzantines, Chinese. Wam, arguably one of the best Byzantine players in the game. It's just the second part of the draft where the plan looks a bit better for Beasty. So it does feel like the type of series where, if you're Wam, you're probably going to want to play with a little bit more urgency, a little bit more speed. Maybe not allow that later phase of the game to really come to full fruition. Imperial Academy already coming through. Wam opening is going to be 12 sheep, 13 for Beasty. But that does mean that Wam, I think, got slightly more here. Remember, in this situation, you've got Beasty playing out to the deer, so he actually doesn't have much sheep gathering at home at all whatsoever. But the cool thing about doing this is, it means he's not going to be pro scout, he's going to be aggro play. On top of that, it means that you are essentially devaluing pro scouts for Wam on the other side. You're taking away a quarter of what he could potentially get here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Beasty go further. Like, this deer spawn is actually really good. Ball not too bad as well. There might be a pull point between the tree lines. Like, overall, he got a really good tree formation for playing defensively in the mid game, if necessary. Yeah, like, actually, a really good one now that I look at it more and more. That's kind of crazy. And seeing this, I wonder what Wam's thought is going to be. Like, is there a breach point? Is it worth even trying? I mean, it feels very difficult to be the aggressive pie into French anyway. Normally, historically, across all the years, China has just accepted they take a defensive role between these two. I just realized we need to remove the Frostpunk extension from when we were playing that the other day. That was an interesting challenge. I'll say that much. We created hell for ourselves with that one. I wish that... It's weird that these apps stay on if you aren't on that game any longer. It just doesn't even make sense for them to be popping up, in my opinion. Is this game old? No, it's like 4 years old. 5? Wait, actually, I guess we're 5 years old now. It's 2021? Yeah, we're 5 years old. That's not that old. I'd be concerned when our game is old enough to have a driving license. God dang. School of Cavalry 2 complete. Beasty, of course, has already amped himself up to have necessary resources for double Night Pump. Yeah, so maybe a little bit extra than he was expecting, but that's the power of playing with the deer, right? And he already got Survival Techniques Wheelbarrow, so it's not like he was holding out on some other technologies. If you consider AoE1 is pretty old, wait, how does that make AoE4 pretty old? That make AoE1 old, and wow, we killed it. He's going straight for the wall-in on the deer. It's such a crazy spawn. You could even afterwards pull the board to like here and then wall that in as well. Just crazy. So if Wam was hoping to add in a few horsemen and get cheeky on the raids, that idea is completely gone. He's going horsemen anyway, it seems. But this should be like mainly about the pro scouts. I would expect spears, pro scouts, and then maybe a few ponies while you're trying to tech up, just to try and keep pressure elsewhere. Very peaceful beginning. I wonder how greedy does Wam want to go here? Because I don't know if you want to try and like scale mass spears to defend this in feudal necessarily, versus just try to get as much deer as possible and then skip out towards castle. This game is old but got improved over the years. Yeah, but Age of Empires 1 isn't Age of Empires 4. That's not the same game. I think you missed the point there. There are games still played by a lot of people that are more than 16 years old. AoE 4 is only 5 years old. 5 and a little bit. Actually, wait, 5 and a little bit? It's more like 4.5, right? I'm old? Dude, you're old. You watch Age of Empires. There's no way you're young. Don't even try that. It's a boom at esports. You're going to try and sit and go, I am so youthful, curling my gray hair in my seat. Nah, just kidding. You ain't got any hair. All right, Knights. I'm starting to kind of circle around the base here. The idea is that the spearmen kind of have to move out to guard the pro scout play, but then also you have to worry about the safety of villagers at home. That's where the village building is very handy, though. Just gives you a safe garrison spot, and I love that he's building on the gold. Knights. I'm going to start cutting down some freebies here. Just go straight off the scout. So denial of resources is the goal. Just essentially ignoring the spears until last. Still, like, one by one, these aren't... Wait, what? Wow, no. He didn't harden them? These are the equivalent of yellow turban rebellions from Dynasty Warriors right now. They're basically the trashers of trash. Oh my god. That's actually a really big deal. It makes you a little bit easy to snipe, because I think it's one less strike to kill you from remember correctly. On top of that, a lot less damage. I think you're missing out on like an extra 8 damage per strike. And he still hasn't realized. Like, look at the macro. He has the gold. He even just primed Undermesh. What? Alright, this is like a very disastrous but simple mistake to make. I mean, sometimes people get baited when they see certain civs and the way their spearmen look, they just don't realize. That's a critical blunder, though. Holy crap. What do I consider young? In this day and age, with how late people live, isn't like, you know, under 35 young. People living to 100 after all. Come on, gotta balance it. Okay, so he finally got hardened, but I don't know, man. I feel like he would have guarded the initial deer play a lot better if that had been coming through, and he definitely had the resources the whole time. So he's already got on guard on the west side. Let's move towards deer. Now remember, you can only get 50% of the deer here as the pro scouting player. Meanwhile, Beasty will have munched through the other 50% at this rate. Yeah, he's almost exhausted the deer here, and he'll be able to move across with the 5 villagers to clear the secondary. In fact, he already has 7 more workers heading out there. Chivalry follow-up is on the way. Does end up minusing 1 on the knight. Wait, you're 20 and you play AoE 3 and Strong Crusader? What the hell is that? Not that as in like that game. What the hell is that game strat? You're 20 years old and you play a Stronghold Crusader. Yeah, but not the OG. You played like the remaster, right? This boar. Can we please just kill this boar? So cheeky. Beasty just getting Pumba involved. And the spears don't do a good job against the pig. Oh my god, he's griefing him. He can't deny the ball play right now because the Knights keep pressuring, so he just has to chase him all the way away. I'm glad he realized quickly instead of just wasting more time on Pumbaa. 10 Knights already. It's a pretty good count. Wam, though, close to 20 Spearmen now. Should be able to stabilize himself, not feeling too threatened anymore, but Beasty, he saw the Horseman coming in, and he's going to be hunkering down. More wolves coming in to make sure those raids cannot come out. If 16 you play Brood War, what's the point? But you're probably in the minority. Not that many people slip into older games from a youthful background. Most people don't like the idea of being like 20 years behind the competition, you know? Nice. Still creeping in. Just slowing it down. I mean, it's a bit worrisome when you look at the state of Beasty's eco. He's really not far off a tech up, so he's mirroring your play. Wam has got mass spearman. I wonder if the game strat here is going to be spear plus crossbow. You know, just kind of pump up an infantry force. Could be a cool idea, but the problem there is you need to get walls as well, and there is a sheer lack of Wam walls here. Not a single wall tower placed. I do love the confidence of those scouts to just get their sabers out like, yeah, we can take them on. How much damage do you do, Tim? I do 1 damage. How about you, John? 1 damage. Hey, Bill, why are all our names not Chinese names? I don't know, Tom. Just go with it. It's like a small group just splinter off to try and break through on the other side, but additional walls coming in. It doesn't even think about sending troops to deal with it. He's like, that's fine. We can wait it out. After all, Beasty's still fishing. Look at those sweet, sweet kills. 2 connected with so far. Only 2 groups of Knights being microed. Isn't going to go for like a 3-pronged assault just yet. Theoretically could, considering the tree line, though. The worst of ideas, but I think maybe the concern there for Beasty is like, yeah, I got to manage my own economy at home, and then there's also the potential for raids. So it's a lot of things to be staring at. It's going to be Imperial Palace. This has just become the standardized play now. We don't really see any clock tower shenanigans anymore, especially on open maps like this. Until Heavy Cav gets adjusted, i.e. they get nerfed or their counters get buffed, I don't really expect that to change for China. Clock tower would only make sense if we started moving back towards Imperial builds. Towards infantry builds. Fast impact, Beasty? Not likely here. His food income isn't insane, so he's going to have to worry about that soon. Makes more sense to try and fight. Speaking of, Knights go in. I'll look at the target's not going to be able to find them, though. Still, no Knights dying for that. Meanwhile, the Horseman waiting for the play to berries. BC is going to check for it ahead of time. So the Knights will be able to clear out the cav there. He brought the rest of them home. Tech up soon to complete. Wam, meanwhile, has vetted the Spearman, but he's sitting in his base. He's still not doing anything. What? 2 more kills for the Knights. No Knights lost. This is bloody impressive. Wow, I'm just barely getting an inch of it. Remember, Beasty's playing a civ that scales its economy faster with the villager count, so you're already starting to see a noteworthy lead here. Especially when you remember that 4 of this 45 for Wam are the taxmen. Finally gets a hit. Well played. At 32 spears, you start to get that like demoralizing feeling of how can I still not kill anything, you know? Like when you're at 30 plus spears and there's like 8 Knights, you start to question how none of them have died. And how he keeps finding this. Like it's just, I think the problem for Wam is everything is sent on a chase a little bit too far. He hasn't like kept half the spearmen home, for example. And I think he's had enough of this crap. Look at what's happening. He's marching across the map. I can't say I blame him. This kind of feels infuriating. The amount of time you just spent running around your own base only to still lose workers. You got to get some sort of counteroffensive going. He's going to be moving towards the ball. Beasty not realizing it just yet. Wham. He might not be realizing it either. Nope. But there we go. Oh, the A click. The spear's going to go over, but it's only a few, so that'll allow him to break away. He has got the walls up here. Meanwhile, the Knights, they go in. There's not many spearmen left home to defend, but just enough. In those choke points, Beasty will not be able to break through. Wham. This is where he needs some damage done. Remember, it's a French cav sieve, so of course the initial gold has already been exhausted. He has moved to the corner. A perfect time for this type of maneuver, but Wam needs to get positioning right. Otherwise, you might fail to pin. He's not going to draw him away. Well played there. Beasty just buying a few more vital seconds to sneak away. And Wam now sees it. He's suspicious. Moving across, we'll see the workers. He can catch the second group. The second group is much more important here. Here we go. Gets the blockers. Nicely struck there. Wam pins down a few, kills them off straight away. Probably could have moved with them to try and keep pinning a few more, but it's difficult. Now moves towards the main base. Archeries are on the way, so Beasty will be switching into archers to counter this directly. I mean, the funny thing is that you could maybe do a Springle strat here, but nobody wants to be building Siege. Nah, like in this matchup, with both of them thinking heavy cav, being stuck with slow-moving Siege just feels completely pointless. Long sneak out now. Both of them thinking about relics. Wam, I believe, just ran out of food. Yeah, he's playing for the berries now. You could probably try for Pumbaa. Yeah, pick over here. Always have to remember, that's the weakness of China, is like when they have to hit that farm transition, life don't look good. We do not have any stone gathering yet, by the way, out of Beasty. You can see he's preempting the placements of the buildings, and he's now getting the mining camp up. So this is pretty critical, actually, for French. In this matchup, you know, you've designed a situation where China should run out of food first. To guarantee that, you now want to discount your costs. So decrease the food, the gold cost of all these units. Look at the door here. Wam is looking to break in. Second relic coming behind the walls of Beasty, though. No attempt to repair is a little bit surprising out of Beasty. In fact, I think he's distracted right now elsewhere. The Knights trying to creep in. The Archers will be able to scare Wam back for now. However, he does also have Lances. Countering this isn't hard. You say that as if many people don't lose to Knight players doing this and they only build spears. The problem here for Wam is he went full melee blob, right? He doesn't have crossbows. Which he may come to regret, actually. He's still losing to dives like this. Into the base he goes. Beasty fishing for additional eco kills. We'll find them. Been hanging around a little bit. We'll start to break away now. Meanwhile, on the north side, wall does go up in time there. But Beasty now with a 13 eco lead. On top of that, good gold access. Check this. He snuck the corner on the west side. He's going for the east as well. I haven't seen any real commitment out of Wam. He just can't find his entrance point that makes him feel in control. Dust Knight down a few more Knights. That is a fair point. Like, Beasty's Knight count isn't inflating very well here. His food income has plummeted, right? Because he chose to commit to the castle instead. He hasn't been able to start prepping farm. So he does have a big question mark over food. At this rate, you might have to sell the gold just to buy some.
KP casting is the best way
to start. You know what? You don't need to
week.
sell the house to buy one of those. Appreciate it, Faplop. Smart lad getting those subs in. Be clever like Faplop. Make sure you sub to the channel. Barely gonna get away. This army is really big. I do kind of wonder if Wam realizes how big his military lead is. It's a lot of time just spent running around chasing the Headless Horseman, isn't it? Second TC now coming in from Beast. Wait, so he's doubling down on greed. I guess he's going for the Guildhall pull, but he's not there yet. Because the idea here is if you now get the Red Palace, this gets an Arbalest placement as well, so your TCs become mini castles. He needs time. Wam needs to go. I mean, this is the type of game that you in post-review and you're like, oh man, actually, I didn't realize just how big my army was by comparison. It's gonna be burning through the wall. Villagers will look to scramble away. A few Knights just trying to keep the reinforcements distracted here. Gives Beasty a shot at the main fight. Barbican is on the way, so Wam's going to supplement the eco issue. Problem is, it's now 2 TC, so Barbican's song isn't good enough on its own. This might be, though. Hello. The Lancers. This is a good strike opportunity. Goes into line formation. Just to corral them around. Lancers are going to start chasing in. The workers are getting 0 assistance right now. Beasty doesn't feel confident about taking the fight currently. He's trying for the backstab now. Lancer's going to keep chasing. He's going to peel off a few to just hunt that. The rest of the army needs to come back. Spearmen ping into archers. DC just going to start a step retreat. I don't like the look of this right now for Wam. That's a lot of bodies on the floor. And not many yellow. You know, this fight looks very good for Wam if we play out the game in a black and white tint. Then you don't know who's died. Because the moment you realize the body count, you don't feel very confident about Wam right now. I mean, Beasty has big problems of his own. His food is terrible. He has 60 food income. But remember, this is the fragile point for him. Farms are now coming through. For Wam, we do not have a farm transition yet. He also is running out of food. He only has the boar left, and I think a deer left in the stealth forest here. Then he has to make a farm transition. The untrained army, it seems like Wam's in control. The problem is, like, he had this huge army, but wasn't really doing anything with it. Beasty kept him dancing for a long time with those knights. I think if Wam goes in, 3 or 4 minutes earlier, it's maybe a very different game we're looking at here. Because the raw count just wasn't there. Like, Beasty had, I think, about 16 archers. But they weren't even, like, vetted when that big spearman wave could have reached the base. It's like such a tricky thing to read without vision, though. How did Beasty get 4 relics? Because Wam has just been running around his own base. Like, you could just genuinely put the Benny Hills music on this one and be accurate. It's like one of those sad games where when you look back at it, like, damn. Maybe I should have attacked with the spears, or maybe I should have just surrounded his knights ahead of time. Because it feels like in most stages of this game, Wam did have a lot of spears. I think part of it, he was thrown off and didn't realize how good his spear count was. Because when he took those initial fights of the knights at the start of Feudal Age, he forgot to get his feudal upgrade. So that, like, subconsciously, that can just kind of warp your idea or expectations about how many spears are needed. These two arbitraries now. Remember, he's got that castle drop. Mass farms coming in the corner. Double wall layer to slow things down. Now, this is annoying, by the way. Remember, one side has only got ranged units. One only has melee. This is pure range versus melee. And the rolls are so confusing for it. The fact that it's no melee from French. Break on the wall. Arbitrator just trying to snipe down the lances. He's going to go for the wall low. It's a staggered wall low. The true counter to mass melee. And he's building houses. What is this defense strat? Another wall low. Wham! So much time wasted. Look at the bodies. Even actually converts a few spearmen to buy some more time. He's going to pull back with the relics now. The army count, the difference is not very high, which is a good sign for Beasty. He just needs to survive this wave. TC5 to assist. Guarantee he will. Wham has to walk back. No farm transition underway. No big stockpile of reserves after that ball. And now, no opportunity to mirror this in play. Unbelievable. A stroke of genius. The houses to create the ultimate defense. I've got to give it to him. It was crafty, man. I mean, how often do you find yourself in this position where it is absolutely pure melee versus pure ranged? Now, I mean, what do you do if you're Wam? Because you still need to do that full farm transition. That's the thing that could kill you in this game. Beasty, meanwhile, he's now fixing the melee issues, adding in the horsemen. God damn. And you know, also, Figure out the gold situation, right? Like, you've still got the reserves. Okay, just tapped out, but you've got 4 relics, and then you've got now the guild hall accruing gold. You will want to make a move for a forward resource, but considering how much Wam lost in that dive, what's to stop him? Run into the base from Wam. Just trying to torch a bit of infrastructure. Army is shuffling across. BC doesn't need them on the west side anymore. He's got Red Palace, and he's also gathering stone now for additional castle drops. Tide Barn's also on the way to supplement his economy further. Still doesn't have any elite upgrades, mind you. That is his weak point. And wait, Wam was actually stealing the ball? Was being the key word emphasis there. BC's little pony raid is going to deny that. Wham. Now the transition's coming through. But look at the difference you're starting to see in military. Because remember, Wham has to get a farm transition going, and he then also has to save up for Imperial, while being 30 workers behind. Oh yeah, so you're saying there's some hurdles. There's just few hurdles to worry about here. Beasty at this point, with the amount of farms he's got, he can just keep lobbing horsemen nicely into an elite tech timing. He does need to skewer some gold. That is still the big problem here. I'm assuming this is a castle drop. Like, he's gathered so much stone, you could just walk out and keep drop 1 the 8Ks. And that'll give you what you need to end the game. Meanwhile for Wham, oops, it's still not complete. Yeah, this granary switch doesn't feel that fast. So horsemen are going to scout him in the back. You think the Wham needs Nest of Bees? The problem is the amount of horsemen coming. If you knob, you're not going Imp. You need Imp first, really. Then Nest of Bees can actually get upgraded to be kind of okay with the extra barrels. Still definitely not a clear, solid plan. Like, I think really the more accurate statement about Wham is he needs some form of range. Like, this is the problem. When you're behind economically like this, you either need raiders or you need range units so you can fight. You can't really raid against Red Palace emplacements, so your only choice is to win a fight. The only way that's really going to happen is if you have range advantage. So I get the idea behind Nest of Bees, but hunker down and get Imp first? Like, you can theoretically survive into Age 4 of a Great Wall Gatehouse. I don't really think there's going to be much left of the front of your base, but you'll have food. How quickly this army is bloating up. This should be the elite techs now. Yeah, arbitrary upgrades on the way. Does actually go for just a safe castle drop here, but Beasty already has the stone for another castle. Yeah, this is a get elite techs castle, and then this will be the infinite knights and arbitrary castle. Wow, I mean, does he do it? Does he just build it on the farms? I think you have to here. If he tries to build a Great Wall Gatehouse on the Fort Gold, he will lose his food. Wow, he doesn't know where Beasty is either. So, like, at this rate... Oh, no, he is going to build it here. But look at the timing! Beasty has found the perfect position to assault at the perfect time. And it gets an immediate GG call. What a crazy game. Well played by Beasty. I mean, I got to give it to him. There was a moment in that game where it looked like Wham was just going to run straight through that base, but he didn't feel it. He didn't see it. And then Beasty ruined him with the ultimate house defense strat. That was pretty cool. I think we call that one like houses create the perfect defense strategy. One sec. Where is it? Oh, wrong drive. Whoops. All right, there we go. So, game number 1. Let me just get that marked up. That's going to be a win on the board for Beasty. Let's see what they're going to be doing for the second here. So, they go into front range. It's going to be HRE versus Delhi. Wam's a... Oh, God, I got a stupid thing with the map load again. Wam is a pretty big believer in, like, the Delhi pick here, right? I think I've seen it from him a few times now. I'm going to have to restart my game. God damn it. Why does AB4 have to make anything to do with modding so difficult? Even just, like, loading a game that has a mod on it. They choose to make it more difficult than most games. All right, one sec. Oh. Can the game start up, please? There we go. Reminds me I need to double check. Why is this not in dark mode? What the hell? I got like I got a sponsor for one of my creators. It's like, hey, we'd love have you make a video of this game. Can you get us like a script plan and whatever? It's like great. And they like their game is inaccessible for Europeans. So like question mark, did you guys consider like the Europeans might not be able to access your game? Like what do you mean? It's like no, it's a very simple question. I swear some people just don't think before they jump. Have I streamed or am I planning on streaming EU5? I didn't stream EU5 at launch. I have it. I played a decent amount of it, like probably 30, 40 hours. I think it's a game that has a lot of potential. I'm just not sure it's that enjoyable to watch in its current form. Usually I'm like a big fan of things being broken, and I think that can be really fun. Like, oh my god, all these cool strategies discovered. But I think maybe the problem for like European Versus is it feels like it lacks the heart of EU4 currently. That's because they've created like a simulation, but they haven't filled the simulation full of content yet. I have no doubt they will, but that's going to take a little bit of time. I think it's very reminiscent like Hearts of Iron 4-esque type situation. A lot of games have this these days where like when the sequels come out, they're inferior to the previous product because the previous product was frosted up by years of content. And that content hasn't necessarily injected into the new version yet because usually there's different development teams involved. A perfect example of this to the tune playing from Halo would be Destiny. Destiny 1 and Destiny 2. When Destiny 2 came out, it was half the product to Destiny 1. So a lot of people did not like Destiny 2. That's why Destiny 2 really flopped, to be honest with you. It didn't hit what it should have because a lot of people picked it up and they're like, why is this missing, that missing? Quality of life changes here, there. It's because you had two different development teams. And EU definitely struggles with the same thing. It was like, I forget the name, Toto or something is the name of the Paradox team that done it. It's like they had this cool idea, but obviously they're also smaller teams. They didn't really have as much manpower to just fill the game out straight away. Love playing Paradox games, but never like watching them unless it's fast and difficult challenges. I mean, that would be my goal if we actually did venture into it. Like, basically, Panic Saw. I mean, you should be tuning in on the variety days if you haven't already. I think you might have. I swear I saw you name one of them. Because that's the type of content we do. Like, we literally just played Frostpunk 2, and we only played the first 100 days, but we had crap loads of challenges to make the game infinitely harder. To the point that we were failing a run at 40 days in. Or, like, you know, we had Dead Space where we couldn't move half the time. Or we had, you know, Sonic played with our voice. So, yeah. That's part of my mindset there as well. It's also why I'm not necessarily doing full game runs when we do those challenges. It's because I'm aware it can get boring. So, like, the Dead Space one, we done it up to Chapter 4. Because I'm like, this is funny, but now if we do this for another 8 hours, it's stale. All right. Let's get ready to go, though. All right, into game 2 we go. Beasty already ahead, and Wam could look dead. We head into front range. It is going to be an HRE pick, a solid one for a map like this. But Wam is cooking. He has gone on to the front range with Delhi. This seems to be something that he believes in. I haven't seen many other players doing it. Let's see if he can pull it off, because this matchup, a little bit of a weird experience these days. That's right, once upon a time, An easy win for HRE, then a switcheroo when the Delhi got their hands on the Ghazi. And ever since then, just felt a bit Delhi favored. But I think on a map like this, HRE have clear boons. And this is one of them. The bald boy leads the way into Pig Sanctuary. And Wam is already trying to be a nuisance, but there's not really much you can do here due to the Prelate. Yeah, the Prelate makes this impossible for you. The best you can hope for is to try and kill the Scout, but even that's not guaranteed. You'll just pull back, and now, top off. HRE love this map, and this is a big part of why. Meanwhile, you've picked a Muslim Civ on a map that doesn't feel incredible for them necessarily. And now you don't have a way of denying the ball quickly. This is pretty tough. Yeah, and of course, Beasty is going to get that juiced up gathering rate as well, remember. Might even be worth investing in survival techniques. He has already got 4 on gold. Because remember, he's going to have the 35% buff in conjunction with the 15%. HRE sucks in this matchup. I would normally agree on like a Dry Arabia. I think Delhi has like ran them through quite frequently with like Ghazi strats. Not, once again, not a guaranteed win. I think there was a time where it was like 80% Delhi. I think it's a little bit tighter than that now. Maybe like 70. On this map, I think it's very different. It's like insanely different when you think about front range for a lot of matchups. We've seen it constantly like, oh yeah, this Civ would normally win on Dry Arabia. You take it to front range and you think about the dynamics of food and the game plays very differently. So Wam should be looking to tech into the Ghazi strat. Beasty is going to be slow because he stopped off for survival. But remember, it's deceptive. The number looks terrible, but you have to remember he's gathering oodles and boodles here. With the push carts, it takes a long time to accrue the food before you drop off. So you see, he's just dropping off bursts of 35. It's always one of the weird things when you watch these type of strats. I remember talking a long time ago with Recon about this when they introduced... Do you guys remember the map Cauldron? Oh, is the music still on? Whoops. I'll turn that off. Don't know why I couldn't hear that. But like, you guys remember they introduced Cauldron? Cauldron had this... I remember he was talking about like some strats that involved you going the deer at the start. And it completely screwed with his timings in his head because he'd be like, oh, I'm still 200 food off. So he'd be focusing on something else. And then you notice he has like 500 food because of the drop-off. But wait, hold on a second. Wham! Wait, what? It's a full pull.
Wait,
Beasty, can he get out of this? I think he can.
Match on a Monday afternoon.
He's not moved yet. Yeah, what? No, this... Okay, that was a greedy one. I can't... Beasty, that was so unnecessary. Oh my god. I mean, he could have gathered some food at home, but he didn't want to skip on villager production. He's going to need to anyway. So that's wild. So Wham is now going to be gathering the deer? Because he can't eat the ball, remember? Beasty going Arhan. Ay. I don't know, man. Like, Arhan's kind of weird here now, right? Imagine if you had mine work and you just rushed out horsemen with wall pikes. You win. I've never been convinced by Arhan on this map. Because there's not much resource in range, remember. Limited sheep. The deer is too far away. You already shot them down. You have 2 small tree lines and you have a tiny gold. So you don't actually get long play out of Arhan. But maybe Beasty's just trying to go mass archers rush here. Which would be a bit weird against a likely Ghazi opening. How much of the board's left? He got, like, what, 800 out of it? Which isn't too bad. Like, what you need to do now is capitalize on the fact that Wam has moved upfield for deer. Because that's the thing. He couldn't pull the villages like this and then go home. Because that would just be a terrible play. Right? Like, you need to actually get some resources. The gap needs to be shrunk in terms of income. 2 firsts denied? Yeah, but for how long? Like, do you just come back is what I'm wondering now as Beasty. Well, he's opened racks. Interesting, yeah. So he's not going to try to just mirror Horseman into the Ghazi. Despite the fact his food income should be a bit buff, but I understand why. It's the deer, right? The deer makes it competitive against the sheep underneath the Arhan. And there aren't many sheep anyway. Presumably this is going to be like Spear Archer maybe, and you force your opponent Ghazi Spear? Oh, sorry, Ghazi Archer rather? My outpost is going to be rushed up. Spin with the March Drills are fast to get here, but construct speed is going to be good enough. So we'll be able to get the defenses up. Wam is very much kind of stuck here, though. Beasty, we have got the stables. Yeah, this is what I mean, though, right? Like, when you look at this, you wonder, okay, why not mine work? Because the other thing that's weird to me is he went double prelate. Like, if you're going to go double prelate, the mine work just feels a little bit better, right? Because at this point in the game, you've got 20 eco, so double prelate almost buffs the entire economy. Blacksmith creeping in the back. It's funny because, like, Beasty does have this reputation of being very anti-mine work. But, like, when you look back at this game, I wonder if he was to review this one, we'd be like, okay, mine work might have been better here. Beasty still being a little bit of a nuisance. Yeah, the D is a little bit wider, so the outpost doesn't fully protect. I think for Beasty, like, maybe the prelate was a reactionary choice because of the state of the ball. Because he had to pull onto the deer, which are always going to be out of range of this, right? And he wanted the wood still. But, like, legitimately, if he doesn't add in archers, it definitely does feel like it could have easily been the mine work, right? Because, like, this is the perfect comp to get all pikes for. Just a little bit snooping. Beasty seeing what's coming next. Wam will have to pull back soon, right? But he's got the deer in the corner, which is really good. The berry backup. Like, there's obvious options to fall back towards. Fullback moment should be coming soon. The tricky part is actually getting away. If you wait too long here, the marching drills will make sure you can't retreat. And what's up, iFairs? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Oh, and also, I see you, Ruby. Appreciate you as well. Thank you very much. And this is the third place matchup. So this is to decide who is the bronze boy of the prior week. Of course, B being silver, and then Vortex constantly being gold. Makes sense. They have got that gold mine in Toledo. Men-at-Arms now added in. Normally, this would be a bad thing against Ghazi strats. But remember, Wam has not built a single pony yet. Despite the fact that Delhi are always looking for reasons to do so. Yeah, it's because Beasty hasn't given him one. He's building only Spearmen and Horsemen. There's literally nothing that you look at here and say, okay, yeah, let's just go Ghazi. A bit of a dive in, a bit ambitious there from Beasty. Will cost him a spear. I think maybe just jumping the gun a bit. Has crept out towards the secondary deer pack with the prelate there in tow. They're buffing all the workers over here. Nicely done. Like, again, this art just sucks. I hate it on this type of map, man. But, like, Beasty's a big believer in it, right? Like, we've seen it. Another map's like Himiyama, but at least there he does pro scouts quite often. But Himiyama is similar to this map. You have these tiny tree lines. At least on that map, though, you have a 4K gold and a lot more sheep, potentially. I have this weird idea we take 9 vills and a prelate in a spot on the map where there's wood and nothing else, and no one scouts it. I mean, there's, like, maybe maps that are good for that. But not like your standard dry Arabias or whatnot. I think that's way too risky with no upside. Wam. The reason they're on the same village account is Wam went for textiles, so that slowed him down a bit. Oh, hold on. Wam, not looking. Spears get in the way. Beasty with the body blocks, but not quick enough. However, he can torch this down. That could easily be -5. Wam needs to rush towards the defense now. I don't think he's going to be quick enough here, though. Okay, there you go. He finds a gap. The horseman moves south, so he does just about creep out there. One pony just trying to get the coup de grace, not able to find it. Okay, so Wam survives that, but he needs to find some more food. And apparently, oh, look. We're still going to stay here. I like this idea, though. An outpost to secure both gold and food. Not just that. It keeps you right next to the ball that you know Beasty would love to sink his teeth into. Talk about a high-value outpost. And of course, any damage done, now completely offset by those scholars. I think we can agree that Textiles most definitely paid off. I mean, this is the easiest civ in the game for it to pay off with, really. But you just got great value so early out of it. Yeah, I think Wam, he was trying to wall Beasty in. Beasty, by the way, like, this is crazy. Remember what we said? Ghazi is the solution to mass men at arms, but look at the count. This right here, this is a blast from the past. This used to be the way the HRE would stomp Delhi every time. But the moment the new light cav came in, the entire matchup flipped. But it flipped when you're both building into those units from the start. Beasty has a timing here. Torches out as he burns onto the outpost. Already has the undermesh, even prepping the melee armor here. Ghazi are going to go in for the clash. Numbers a little bit bleak, though. Not many of them to contest the raw MAA. Scholars going to have to retreat as well. Not really in a position they can frontline this and just tank it. It is a fortified outpost. This is very difficult to kill. The burn. He still has food reserves. You can play onto the berries as a follow-up here. Crafty son of a gun. He's getting the kills on the Ghazi as well. Doesn't quite get the finish there. Remember, these are not normal men at arms. It's the marching drill difference. You don't get kited as easily. Not just that. Look at BC's macro. Kind of feels like he's saving up intentionally here. Think about the ramifications if he does find his way towards castle. I feel like burning this outpost down, very difficult unless you want to add in a ram. It might be better now just to go castle age and upgrade 25 men at arms to the castle variant. At that point, you don't really care about Ghazi. And it looks like Beasty agrees. You know what, guys? Like, I'm going to say it. I'm going to get crap for it, but this is actually like a really good Burgrave game. It's the charge. The charge is like pretty good to just try and end this game instantly. I would expect Regnates because it's a safe choice. But like if you all in this, which you can, you already got 22 men at arms. And you can then afford to pump more. The Burgrave charge, the Forlorn Hope effect, where you get 50% more charge damage, kind of underrated against the feudal army. Would also allow him to just catch up on spear production in case he needs them for the Ghazi. Not the worst idea either. And it is. It's a Burgrave. Beasty. He's cooking. All right, this is sick. I wholly agree with it. You could try and drag the game, but like even the Regnates idea, you don't have great map control right now, but you do have a great timing ahead of you. Wham, what does he do about this? I mean, he's nowhere near a tech up himself. The scholar count isn't crazy, so veterancies won't be fast. He doesn't really have an answer to the men at arms. Horseman also going to raid in to slow down his food income in a big way, idling out the 15 workers. And this means there's no pressure whatsoever coming towards Beasty's base. And he's even going to hang around. So Wham has to stay here as well. Remember, guys, they added an effect with the Burgrave a while ago. You see it right there, the charge damage I talked about. 50% more charge damage. And on top of the fact that it's already 5 Raxes in one. That also means you pretty much instantly get veterancy. Yeah, 6 seconds until the men-at-arms are upgraded. Good luck, don't have fun. Oh my god. A classic strat returning to AoE 4 in the Delhi HRE matchup. Relics already being picked up. Men-at-arms moving in. And Wham is about to hit an ironclad wall. He's starting to save up, but he has little time on his side here. Men-at-arms. Quickly gap closing this. The horsemen do get sacked. But it's all about these bad boys here. He's producing more than almost up to 30. He's also got the two-handed effect coming in soon. Spreads the line. Ghazi gonna need a lot of healing to try and stay in this. Men-at-arms health bars are gradually going down, but the deceptive part is that Wham stuck villages in the fight here. Yeah, he's got 26 villagers fighting. Even if he somehow survives this, the price will be paid in economical blood. He's not going to survive it. There's no way. Beasty is just going to plow him out of game number 2. There you go, guys. Burgrave strats alive and well in 2026. Mass meta arm strats against Delhi also alive in 2026. Damn. That's a little bit of an old school approach. You don't really see that one anymore. Maybe that one's uploadable. Yeah, no. Marching Drills doesn't go up again. It only goes up Dark Age Feudal Age, because they gave Marching Drills to HRE by default some time ago, but when they originally done it, the problem was it was Imber as all hell, because it turns out getting Dark Age Spearman with 10% increased movement speed is stupid. So they nerfed it to 5%, and then they buff it back to 10%, the full value in Feudal. Okay, so final map is going to be Tundra. We got Mongols versus Byzantines for G3. So, correct side, yeah. Oh, we need the right music as well. One sec, one sec. What's the right music, chat? Give me his Hell March again. We got something special for you. Last time we got treated to Beasty doing this Civ in this matchup, he managed to get a pre-10-minute GG out of Vortex. Could he do it against the Canadians as well? To end this series, Beasty heads into the depths of Tundra, manning the Mongols, but in his way, Wam is looking to go deeper than the Spaniard was capable of. It's a Byzantine pick in the purple, praying that he does not get outpost rushed out of this critical game number 3. Welcome back, one and all. Tundra, a fun map, one that I've enjoyed seeing in these weeklies, and I hope tournaments take note and bring them into their setups as well. Wham with the Byzantine pick, and a bloody good spawn at that. Check this backside. Goldstone, berries, deer. This is not the type of spawn that gets you killed outright by a Mongol pick. Of course, Beasty playing as the Mongols. There's only one move to make here, isn't there? It is going to be the Rax drop into the spear spam to try and deny equity away from the Canadian. Oh. And this, I mean, this is pretty cool, actually. This map, the thing that I love so much about it, and it surprises me with this because I thought I'd hate it, is you are technically camping in a corner, but it feels like you are meant to come out fairly fast. You know, you've been given this safety, the security of reserve resources, but I think one thing that is quite intriguing is so often the tree lines tend to spawn more defensively, so you end up more exposed. Now, that being said, Wham got a pretty good tree spawn. You can see his actually wraps around his TC. Not often the case. I feel like they're usually more on the reserve side, and it means that you're more exposed. And also within that, sure, you get some food reserves, but a lot of your food is situated on the front side, giving you this urgency to kind of come out and secure the map. It's a good map design, except for the spawns being too far apart. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. We've actually seen plenty of Dark Age rushes that can work. I think the thing I like about the design of this is Dark Age rushing has its place, but it isn't just the instant do it every single game over and over again strat. That's a good design. The problem comes when you create like a Socotra length map. People are always going to Dark Age. You have all these cool ideas in your mind about what would make the game good, what would make the map good, but it all gets thrown out the window when people just keep doing the same strategy over and over again. And Sheeple, it is going to be 14 to 13, so pretty tight between the two. No, Swam, he has actually gone on the berries. I love this. Yeah, look at the berry spawns. This is kind of crazy. I don't know, man. I think this wasn't meant to spawn this way, but the stealth forest that came here pushed the berries closer to the TC. So he literally has almost got double berry pack underneath TC. You can see the difference there. But because it's a background winery, it's actually not that risky. Spears, of course, are going to try to rotate around. Beasty is bringing in an outpost play now. Can push the deer too. What? Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Are you suggesting that a player like Wam might deer shove? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you suggesting this man might be responsible for getting deer shoving nerfed? I mean, not on his own, but in fairness, Wam definitely played his part alongside his brother. When you talk about deer shoving, I feel like Wam and Puppy Paw are probably two of the most obvious names that come to mind for it. New to the game and stream, does anyone play HRE during tournaments? So we literally just had an HRE game. They do come up. They aren't absolute meta. They're not an S tier pick. I'd say like HRE is more like maybe B tier. Why is the tower so far? Because if you place it closer, you get rushed. Remember, you're always threatened by the idea of like Byzantine villages for Akratoy. Arguably, he could have placed it closer because the villages aren't here. But I think he just wants to guarantee the outpost goes up with no resistance. And also, if you look at the placement, he almost perfectly covers all the berries anyway. And once he has a tech up Varus-lets, he will deny all of them. And yeah, you should like avoid like. Why would you look at Liquipedia? You're watching a series. This is the problem with you for today. They're multitasking. They want all their things. You get 2 monitors, and all of a sudden, you just got to do this to yourself. This is your cue to break your second monitor now, so you can't do that in the future. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, 5 on stone is kind of crazy. It's only going to be the 3 now, because he needs to produce units first. Does get a repair out in the mining camp. Only 2 monitors? Like I've got 2 and then I've got a virtual monitor. I used to have 3, but the third one just didn't get used because, well, it did, but it's the second PC. But now I have the amazing laptop, so I don't need it. Wait, a second outpost? Okay, Beasty is heavily investing to this play. Yeah, but wait. We forgot to leave something on the other side of the base. I think the idea with this from Beasty is like actually Limitane are really good at breaking normal outposts, and you can't fortify yours, so he's increasing DPS to keep Limitane away. Remember, these guys, they can reduce the range damage taken, so it's much easier for them to break tower strategies. That's something that people discovered the hard way against Biz. So like the solution normally was you tech and then you fortify, which with the burn damage resistance means that Limitane are doing almost half damage. You don't have that option here as Mongols. So pretty cool idea instead. And a creep out into berries. Hold on a second. Wait, no, there's no way he gets spotted by the worker, right? Okay, that would actually... Come on. No! No! He's actually gonna scout the play! Are you actually kidding me? And he doesn't even get killed for it. So he knows now where the golden berry gathering is happening. He does go after the blacksmith instead. But like this could be Keshik follow-up. Instead, this could be double archery. This might be the single most valuable villager we've seen in all of 2026 for the Mongols. In all civs, actually. Mainly because it's like a week into 2026, but it still counts. He gets double outpost. He scouts the play under berries. I mean, what hasn't he done? Greedy spear play is going to get punished. Beasty, he lost 4. I don't know if that was really worth it. I mean, like, dude, it wasn't. He forced a bit of idle time, but he didn't really do anything to the blacksmith. Nothing couldn't be repaired anyway. Beasty. Good news at least is he's got double arrow slit, so, you know, they will defend themselves. But as we mentioned, Limitane will break it. So you kind of hope to keep the spearmen alive so you have burst potential from those towers. Long system connection now coming in. Under mesh to follow for Wam. So he did scout Beasty switch into double archery, so we'll have the layered defenses against it. Really needs to get that olive oil count up, though, because he is suffering a little bit on the lombos. Remember, the Grand Winery gives you that huge booster due to the fact that you get extra olive oil for the gathering nearby. He's missing out on that. Keshik's now added in by Beasty. Wonder if there's like... It's probably not a Magadai play here, right? Not with the towers. Sometimes when you see someone go a little bit wider like this, you're like, okay, Magadai can exploit this a bit. And yeah, this game, reminder guys, this game was played the other day. Our third place matchup usually should be happening roughly around the same time or just after when the grand finals happen, is the idea anyway. But I do warn you guys about this. If you don't want to spoil the outcome for you, wait and watch it when it gets covered, because we always cover the third place. As we did add in extra money on the line to make it worthwhile for everyone involved. I like that as well, that like from season 1 to season 2, we found some nice little ways to upgrade the tournament. But not go like stupidly overkill, like, oh, I'm gonna like blackjack and hookers, man, and we're gonna go to Vegas. And you're like, okay, this is not financially sustainable, guys. We're downgrading next season. You never want that, because like the moment you have to downgrade something, it gets viewed as like the downslide of the event. You know what I mean? Like if you had $1 million prize pool, but then next year you had 500,000, you get my point, right? It just has a sour feeling about it. You want the Khan to have a toggle to fire? I think like the Khan should just have a toggle to fire in general, not just for like buildings. You got to make it like an all or nothing. Otherwise, it's on. Like if you had it toggle so he doesn't attack buildings, well, you'd always toggle that on. Like in what situation do you want your Khan to ever hit a building, right? You know, the first AoE4 compared to Ronaldo. I'm sorry, that's like I'm just gonna call out that comparison. Yes and no. Like all of AoE4's first events compared to the follow-up ones. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you know, most tournament sequences in AoE4's history have started with big prize pools and gone down. Ours is one of the rarer ones that has started lower and gone up. Whether it will go up more in season 3, I don't know. If more people tune in, it will. You want your Khan to fire one shot as mining camp so you cannot delete it with Spear's Torch? Yeah, but that's like so situational. I think you make it all or nothing. It should just be you won't shoot at buildings. You don't want to shoot at anything, really. Like, on approach, quite often with Khan, you don't want to... Like, when you're ambushing, you don't want to shoot. And then when you're fighting, you just want to shoot anything. You know, he's just a psychopath who just bought a gun at Walmart. Like, yeah, just shoot them all. Absolutely fine. Like, anything in range. Go crazy. I like the Deerstone played by Beasty, by the way. Berry gathering is... Still got a lot of value to it, so actually denying this is a big deal. Wam is finally tapping the Grand Winery. He did burn his way through those back outposts with the Mass Limitane. Walls are coming up, so Wam's going to be hiding in the corner. Beasty, so manly, he refuses to build a single wall tile. Mainly because you can't build any wall tiles. Is it me? I'm trying to think back now. Like, not every single game, but the majority of games, Beasty has been the first waller. He puts a lot of value on these initial small walls to just layer in the protection. Bumper play now. We'll set him up nicely, just implanting that eco. Wam preparing to receive. Beasty's been told he needs to be the one to bring the fight. Now, he doesn't have the same range as his Lombos, nowhere near. The Khan Hunter helps a little bit, but doesn't come close to the power of the Lombos. And we're close to 20 LBs now. Wam does have what he needs to think about castle as the thing, so like that's why Beasty keeps the pressure up. Attack speed arrow gets activated, but used most of the time just to run away. Also try to charge through. The Keshiks are going to get in the way of it, though. Slight trade favorability there towards Beasty getting horseman kills in return for a few archers. Also the Limitani afterwards, so good follow-up fight from him. Just a poke back. It's the Yam factor, man. Like, the deer stump on the front line is so often forgotten about, but it's so critical. You're just seeing even the horsemen struggle to gap close. Not to mention the retreat gets you punished hard. Only downside is sometimes when your army gets this big, formation shuffling can backfire, where sometimes you kind of move slower because your units are kind of reshuffling to the other side of a very big line. Just clean from Beasty. Wam having to just reinvest every ounce of food he has, even now on the D. I'm getting a bit worried for him here. I mean, Beasty could just add in maybe like one ram, start to break into here, break the system a bit, just to descale your opponent's economy. Remember, he's got 4 players as well, so he's really good on the food income. Could even think about moving his villagers all the way up here, pulling this ball back just a bit, because you'll always have your army nearby. Beasty hasn't got spearmen? No, you don't want them now. Your opponent's gone lombo contract, so spearmen's like the worst thing to build. You could argue a few of them to defend against horsemen, but with the way these fights are playing out, it kind of feels like Wam needs the horsemen ready for the main fight at all times, and you can't really afford to go raiding when it's Yam archers in your face like this. Like, look, he chose to go raiding in the mid-map, and now look at what happens. Poke comes in, Beasty feels very confident. Keshiks are going to force a brace, do absorb a lot of the damage there. Maybe a little bit of a long hang around from Beasty. But I think he just enjoys a long shower. He wants hanging around in this area. Problem is, he's going to be showering arrows if he waits in here too long. Combo count still at 15. And hold a sec. Scout Falcon sees an opportunity, goes straight into the wood line. Wam has not got wheelbarrow at 15 minutes. I mean, I think like those kills are a reminder to get it at this point. Steady now tries to punish the archers for extending into his base. Keshiks are slipping into the lombos. Limitane starting to break into melee up against the archers. Beasty stopped microing away there. Gives an opportunity to Wam. And we'll get it now push Beasty away. Oh. Yeah, okay, he just has to back off. I guess, like, Wam, the problem here is, like, the lombo count, you don't want to ever risk it, right? If you can get up to 25, 30, it's unstoppable. That's also a big part why Beasty keeps being constantly pressure-oriented here. He's starting to save up resources, so it feels like we're looking at a Kurotai coming. I mean, Kurotai does feel quite necessary against this as well. Especially considering you've chosen to go Keshiks, no Spearman, because you can't. Like, you don't have a good solution to Horseman just diving in otherwise. Also, it's just the sustained healing. Even on just, like, Keshiks. Like, the Lombos are not going to hit very hard against Castle Keshiks with plus heal. Could he step read out? You don't really need crossbows. Keshiks only against a lot of Limitane. A little bit weird. I mean, when your army is this big, like, close to 40, 50 units... it just feels like a given that Kurotai can win you a game. Deerstone being bailed on does feel bad, though. Yeah, didn't even try to pull it back. I think he wanted to look like he was still fighting. And if he pulled the Deerstone back, Wam would have known. Unfortunately, because he never got the pack-up tech, should be a kill. But Wam, wait, does he think he's getting baited? He might think he's getting baited here. Yeah, he saw a scout. He saw a unit on the minimap. Didn't realize it was just a scout. He is going to be prepping the castle himself. But of course, will be second in that race. Beasty now on the way up with that Kurotai. I mean, it's just that good of a landmark, really. You want to win games, this is the box you tick every time, I feel like. There's still worlds in which step readout makes sense, but with more and more Mongol players trying to play along feudal, especially when you go mass archers, you know, people talk about like the idea of how like veterancy on archers can kind of break the balance of things a little bit. Adding Kurotai effect, it's essentially double veterans. What is up, Parasai? Appreciate it, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. A wonderful tourney, you say? And well, hold on a sec. Let me do one better. And it happens every week? Whoa. Whoa. And Wam has got some olive groves, yes. He couldn't stay in the corner this long otherwise. I'm impressed by the amount of reliance on deer, actually. It's not your usual for Byzantines, but has felt necessary. Golden Horn Tower now on the way. That's going to allow him to get those Lombo counts up to unimaginable quantities. But the timing difference here is important. Normally, Mongols would be at disadvantage when getting their tech unlocks. They'd be wholly reliant on Kurotai. Not this game. Beasty has veterancy coming in 30 seconds. Wam, he won't be in castle in 30. Not just that. The Kurotai is on the way up. The Deerstone was not killed. There is a kill point available to the Mongol player here. I think Wam just realized it as well. He doubled the amount of people building that tower. But look at the location. Keshik's going to go for the dive in. Just trying to idle him out a bit. The upgrades are in. This is not a fight Wam wants, let alone one he can realistically take. Keshik, bait the Limitana to react. Archer's moving in. Horseman going for the backstab. The Keshik's able to react to it straight away. Golden Horn Tower is up, but the position does not feel holdable. He's going to try for it. The villagers, wait, what are they doing? Seek shelter, leaves them on the front line. Few of them getting clubbed down in the process, and now the army can't easily retreat away. Deerstone and Kurotai did just turn up. Beasty just wants to dive deeper, moving away from the towers and into the waiting arms of the longbows. Those longbows, they don't have anything to protect them. Cataphract just being ignored. He can deal with that afterwards. The longbows are much better DPS exchange for him. So we'll turn around now. He didn't pull the landmarks further forward yet. He's changing that now. Also changing the script. He's got Keshiks and crossbows to come up next. Kurotai, I mean, if he gets to fight Cataphracts with that buff as well, I don't really favor the outcome for the Biz here. Not with the food denial. He's got olive groves on the backside, but the wider access limited. The berries on the west side are about to run out, and the deer not really touchable anymore. Not to mention, look at this damage. You don't kill Keshiks very fast against this. Go double tower, that doesn't feel fast at all. Just a handful of Keshiks is all going to take to break it. Wam slowly scaling up the Cataphract count. Khan absorbing everything. Defense arrow is available. He gets it off in time. It's going to be the attack speed arrow. And look at the way he uses it. Just a dive pass, shoots down the Cataphracts, goes straight off for the Lombos again. These the buffed up Keshiks behind to try and deal with Catas. It's all about keeping that Lombo count down, because if the Lombos are low, then the crossbows can win against Cataphracts in the end. That's his only critical goal in this equation. Now, Cats will win against the Keshiks when left on their own. It's kind of surprised he left 3 Keshiks to deal with 3 Catas. You see how much emphasis Beasty puts on killing those Lombos. He sacked the last of his archers to keep the bowman count down at 0. Tricky part is it won't stay there. Golden Horn Tower is going to keep producing them for free, but it does give breathing room now for the premium follow-up for Beasty. Remember, he still has got the Kurotai here. Just needs to wait for the army, really. Cool animation with the water flowing out? Yeah. I think, like, what was it? Someone's like, oh, it should have effects. Like, you know, somehow the water should affect fires or whatever nearby. I was like, you've been playing too much Divinity 2. We ain't original sinning yet. Those Katas trying to step up to this might be a sin, though. Keshik count's starting to look a little bit scary, especially with the crossbows assist behind. You saw that as well. Wam intentionally trying to target fire down the crossbowmen. Get the kills, though, unfortunately. And that's the problem, because the Kurotai is also a medical center. We'll just heal off all damage done. Wow, now with the creep out into the backup gold. Needs it. Wall is going to be a Walla. Nope. Keshiks are going to look to hunt into the base, actually. Yeah, Cataphract's going after the landmark, so he's reacting with Lombos against the melee raiders. The farms at the back are going to get idled out. Beasty with a 10 eco lead isn't something to turn your nose up at, especially when you add in relics to the equation. And you have to be careful because it is still system power, but as long as he keeps the Kurotai buff alive with the gold from relics as well, I think Beasty is in a competitive position here. Yeah, it kind of feels like Wam needs to find a good fight. If he can fight away from the Kurotai, there's a way that this wins for him. I like this idea that he's looking for, though. Like, Wam isn't content with the idea of just sitting in his base. That's how you lose games. He's trying to creep out a little. Maybe you just peel 1 or 2 cataphracts and go hunting. I think the thing that deters people from doing that immediately against Mongols is the concern that you run into the Yam aura and then Keshiks just catch you because you can't move away from them fast enough. Whoops. So that is going to be -1 landmark. Kurotai is still in good shape, though. Beasty looks to leverage it. Once more into the breach. Matana get baited forward. Not many of them, though. Problem is, you're sacrificing crossbows on approach. That's not a good look. Yeah, you need these for the cataphracts. And you see what I mean about the Lombos? This is exactly why Beasty tried to sack the entire Lombo battalion. He threw away all his archers to keep that count low. And he's realized that Keshiks alone is not going to be good enough. Yeah, it's a full switch and a horseman, which is maybe a little bit unusual in certain ways when you consider he's got so many relics and sacred sites. Like, you want to use gold. But he will have the pastures to get the infinite food. And this can just enable him to go into more crossbow production. He's still got other techs he needs to get as well. Like, you can even see the extra eco gathering coming in now. So the gold will find a use. Imp Mongol incoming? I think you could attack, no? Like, you'll eventually end up with so much gold floating, it'll probably seem logical. I don't think you rush it at all, though. Target timings can still be pretty powerful, but when you consider that this is a mass cataphract strat, like, with large clump of cataphract, should we say, the idea of just raw rushing Imp could be dangerous. It comes down to positioning, though. Like, if Wam is going to keep feeling like he's being attacked and stay in his base, he won't get a contest point. So he needs to be very genuine about his approach to the map. Like, you can't just hide in the corner. You need to be fishing. Wam. He begins the fishing expedition. A big one at that. The whole army stepping up. Does reveal the vet horseman. Now, he knows the Keshiks were on the other side of the field, so he's actually looking for a snatch there. So, good reaction out of Beasty. One minute for him. Didn't you say that a minute ago? Yeah, like, when he has, like, 3k gold, possible. I just don't think rushing Imp here is your best friend. Especially now that Wam has said, I'm willing to come out of my base. Like, if he had ever approached you there, maybe you go for it. Guys, it's not Fimp if we're 26 minutes into the game. Stop yelling Fimp like a Beasty simp, dude. Like, I'm pretty sure for it to be fast Imp, we need to be pre 20 minutes. Unless you're like a really, really old man with bad reaction speeds. What's Fimp? Fast Imp. Pretty straightforward. It's one of those like, oh, right. Why would anyone ever call it that? You know when people create acronyms for things, you're like, it didn't need that. Like when Winston tried to make preservation of knowledge a thing. I even tried to help him a little. And everyone was like, why are we calling this thing POC? Keshiks. Oof, not going to find the workers there. Wait, but these guys, hello? Oh, Beasty doesn't even realize they're standing there. Now it's Imp time. But it's still going to be Cognate. This is not a fast Imp. You're not... I can't let you have this one. Okay, if anyone's like, I called it, and you were like saying he was going to fast Imp 4 minutes ago, that's not calling it. I think someone called for Imp at like 20 minutes. This is not... If this is fast Imp, it explains everything about your rank right now, boy. Jeez. Whoopsie. Alright, that's fast Mongols. No, this is not Fimp. This is Slim. This is slow Imp. It's 28 minutes. Actually, I guess this is like moderate Imp. It's Mimp. This is a Mimp build from Beasty. Good old Mimp builds. few Keshiks slipping in the farms, but Wam now has to play catch up. Now, his gold is a problem here, guys. He doesn't have much. No, he literally just has this. No, we're not calling it the sim build. Oh. Yes, it's a standard imp build. Technically, it is a sim. Great. This video is going to be called Beasty Does the Sim. Well, that'll get him clicking. Anyway, Beasty, he's simped. He's standard simped. Like, you know, when the kid just wants to really go on the round, like, really wants to go on the spinny wheel. And you're like, no, it's going to make you sick. You don't want to go on the spinny wheel. And they're like, I really want to go on the spinny wheel. You're like, okay, just let them on the spinny wheel. They'll learn the lesson. Yeah, he's simped. Just your average simp experience coming in from Beasty here. So let's see if Beasty's simp build can get him a win, because Wam is ready to tech, guys. The problem is he needs more gold. He hasn't got enough to get his upgrades, so like it's kind of redundant if you can't achieve the requirement of like 700. Because you're gonna like actually you need 2100. You need all these things upgraded. Beasty on approach. He still has that Kurotai. He's getting freebie units in his army. He's got horsemen elited as well as the crossbowmen. Keshik's the only thing that has not been upgraded. Beasty. He has got that timer as well as the other weird thing here, right? Like, Wam kind of has to come to him. Does feel a bit gambly to allow him to get this age up. I wonder if, like, Beasty will try and jump in when he hears the age up. It feels so difficult to do against Byzantines because the tech unlocks are so fast. This map's way too long for 1v1. Based on the length of games we've had, I don't know if I agree with that. A lot of the players actually really like this map. Beasty does like the sound of a 3-0. Can he get it? Remember, these are arrow slits. The mangonel tiles over here. We've got Lash coming in from Wam. And he does get the gold necessary. So 700. Full army upgrade going to be there. It looks like Beasty is just going to stick to the sacred sites to win the game. There might be a question mark next to that, but what's increasing his chances is this. The hand cannoneers are the S tier unit. Lash coming from the landmark, I'm aware, is still an element that matters. He had like 9 Lash against Horseman melee blob. Cleaves them up real nice. So burn on the tower. This is like the weird thing. Mongols trying to achieve sacred site victories always feels odd. It's one of the hardest civs to achieve it with. Because you don't have castles. Beasty, well, it looks like he's just going to get raiding. Alright, guys. I think you guys may have been simping the simp build a bit too hard. He doesn't have sacred site victory anymore. Lombos can actually beat hand cannoneers quite convincingly, by the way. The bigger problem is going to be overarching food income, and that's where Wam looks weak. It's actually kind of concerning when you look at the eco numbers. Like, this is Byzantine economy. It's meant to be much better than this at late game. Yeah, something's not right here. The out of time on the farm's definitely hurting a little bit as well. Wait for the Weepy power push to... From which player? Wam creeping out with more outposts. We've got full outpost spam on the 8k though. Sprinkled replacements? You cheapskate. Oh my god, you're that like person that gets the $1 card on Valentine's Day, aren't you? I mean, it works though. Doesn't really have the stone to go for the bombard emplacements. Look at the hand cannon account. My god, the Kurotai now moving up. That's going to give a huge DPS buff. He's going to end up retreating towards it as well. The Lash doesn't block it. Unpack underway, and there we go. He's juiced up now. Wham, the beginning of this fight looked good. The second part, however, might look grim. Yeah, it's full range mass. You need to get on top of them. Lombo's trying to trade out against this. The Spoon and placements. Oh my god, the walkers! -10. He casually walked in on the gold and completely forgot about the outposts. Wow, now without a front line to push with anymore. Counteroffensive starting to come in. A few horsemen just slipping into the face of the Lombos means they have to keep retreating, giving time for the hand cannoneers to gap close. And I think we've reached breaking point here. The simp build works. We don't need all these Fimps. Fimps, get out of here. You gotta simp the Mongols if you want to win. Kurotai is at least gone from the equation. He pulled all the way back to repair, but it's not needed anymore. Beasty will make it a 3-0 clean sweep, clearly showing off the power of the simp. Let me just, and of course we know that one is going to be called, you guys already know. Beasty does the simp builds. I don't like. Is that what you guys want? I'm assuming that's basically what you guys want. All right. So 3-0 victory for Beasty. That means he gets third place in KPMM 18. Now KPMM 19 begins. Da, 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 da. Yo, what's up, Macabre? How's it going, buddy? Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. And welcome back to a brand new week of Epic Dude. Epic Dude? Yes. So we've got live series. Lucifer versus Lash is about to begin. So we'll be kicking off with that, and then we'll try to check in on some of the other series. Like we've got Corvinus versus Numidan, Anno versus Lash, Core versus Myriad. Yeah, we've got quite a few. Should be a good week. A damn good week for the games. So let me see if the draft is underway. Oh, sorry, I missed you there for a second, Copper Schnella. Thank you very much as well for the sub. Welcome back to Swarm to you too. Appreciate that. Keep the subs coming in. We're back. Brand new year. KPMM's underway. Variety content underway. Like, honestly, it's a good year. We're going to make this year our bitch. That's the deal. We are going to distrominate this year. You guys ever seen that, like, the Too Good meme where he just pulls out the whiskey? He's like, it's a good year. It's a damn good year. We're going for that. It's not live. This is live. It's alive. Props to anyone who gets that reference and where that's from. Did anyone get it? I mean, it could be a few things. I just want to see if anyone's brain goes to what mine would. That Fimp call was on point. It wasn't a Fimp. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to age shame you. If that is a Fimp build in your eyes, you're getting old, and your reaction speed has gotten very slow. And hello. I do like when people just come and say hello. You're like, hello. Did you like? It's always that weird one where there's a streamer with those. Like I've noticed that before. You know when like you get the "How's your day going?" and you explain it, another post comes and you go, "How's your day going?" You're like, "Well," and you're like, "How many times is too many?" You don't want to be rude though. Like that's the thing when someone puts like "hello" smiley face. Like, well, shit. Now I've got to respond to them. Hi. See, like, hi. It's just, this is what happens. When they push to talk you as well, you absolutely have to. Like, if someone's just started, like, push to talk messaging, hi, you have to respond. It's extra rude if you don't respond to them. Hello. Is it good to play this on console? Yeah, you got, like, the villager auto queue. You don't even have to think about it. Give it a spin. No, don't thank boy. Don't encourage him. That guy had to, like, advertise balding pills the other week. A true testament to what's happening to his head. Shots fired. All right, so what have we got coming through? Sass versus Lucifer. BO3, this is the new week. So new starting map. You have a full head of hair? Yeah. Where'd you buy your wig? Got him. Maybe in 10 years you can try again. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to remember the haircut you had, boy. I don't think you had that much hair, from what I remember. Maybe you weren't balding, but it wasn't like you weren't like flexing a lot of hair either. You know? It's not like you had a mullet. Yeah, this is how you trick me. Like, I need you to grow a mullet. Like, just what's the worst haircut you could have, guys? It's like so out of date. We have to convince Boy that he has to grow that hair to prove that he's not balding. You think hair grow out, you become crazy professor? I feel like that fits for you, though, you know? You should go for it. You saying you look like a Dutch James May? Like, is that legit what you're saying? Are you saying, like, how is it? So are you basically saying that this is your future, right? That's pretty much what we're going for. We could start a TV show together, man. We could do it. Look at us. We'd have our own TV show. We'd go places. I don't know if I'd look like that. My hair goes a bit diff. Well, I haven't grown that long in a long time. But mine, like, I end up with a fringe usually. But I could probably get it to go like that. All right. Ah, thank you, Scarecrow. All right, so drafts are complete. The Macedonians got picked. What? This is all I wanted in life. Maybe I buy an English farm together. Are you suggesting that, like, James May and Richard Hammond are so poor they'd have to buy one together? And Clarkson has more money? I wonder if that's true. I wonder who has the most money. Because, like, Richard Hammond done lots of game shows as well, right? Then again, with the success of, like, the farm thing now, probably, without a doubt, Clarkson's the richest. Imagine if James May is secretly the richest person from Top Gear because he, like, smartly invested or something. That Brit roasting me for no reason? Wait, what? What are we on about? I'm confused.
Any small bird, basically.
Cook my favorite bird. What is this?
This because pigeon's my favorite bird. We have it on in the restaurant when it makes financial sense. Often it doesn't. These pigeons now, because of like various different things, they cost quite a lot of money. The squad pigeon alone will cost you about 16 quid. So you'd have to put it on the menu for £60.
I'm pricey, boys.
Here, get an absolutely epic colour all over. And it's just a really nice balance between roasted and burnt that you want to push as far as you can go. And now, taking it off the heat. And I'm going to use butter to control the temperature of the pan. And I'm turning it slowly.
Like, what is wrong with you people that you're just searching, I want to eat pigeon? Like, it's like you've taken this in a weird place, man. What are you saying, little freaks? Stop trying to eat me. I'm just here trying to live a good life, and you're just trying to consume me. What did I do to you? You're pigeon killers? Dude, this is why pigeons become killers. People like you. You're the problem. Just out here trying to live a good life, and you're just out here trying to eat me. Like, is this my future? If we ever blow up and get really popular, I'm just like out at a local like restaurant eating burgers or whatever, and then just someone in a ghillie suit just crops up behind me with a bow and arrow. Like, is that basically what's gonna happen? I have to have eyes in the back of my head when I go eat. They're like, oh, pigeon's usually not good for the pound, but look at the size of this one. Guys, please. That's true. I do feed you sweet content. You guys notice? I actually realized we never removed. You can buy Twinkies now. It doesn't do anything. I can't remember what it was in the Frostpunk stream. For some reason, you guys wanted to do like some grocery shopping. So I think we got you Twinkies, and I can't remember what else we got you. But you've got them now, so enjoy them. Kale, that was it. I don't know why, like... It's like the stupidest combo of things to request. Like, why did you guys request Twinkies and kale? What the fuck? What is your diet that's what you're eating? Like, it's okay. No. Saying Twinkies aren't good, you're wrong because they've balanced their diet perfectly. Kale and Twinkies, the polar opposite ends of the spectrum. It can't get more balanced than that. Once a pigeon shot on you? That sounds like pigeon had right away. Like, for the pigeon's poo-poo to have reached you, it already must have been declining from the sky, and then you failed to move out of the way. So, like, realistically, if we're being holistic about the picture here, you walked into poo. So, like there's a thing that people may say, like, oh, a pigeon crapped on me. No. A pigeon crapped, and then you walked into the pigeon crap. That sounds like a failure on your half to, you know, proceed correctly. Because if you think about it, technically what the pigeon done is the pigeon crapped on the air and then gravity hit you. So if you still want to argue your course that you're the victim here, you should be saying gravity crapped on you. Are Twinkies made out of pigeon? Honestly, at this point, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of chemicals involved. At that point, you could just probably hide the taste of pigeon in there if you really want to. What's up, Game Drone? You and Wam was super fun? Dude, like, yeah, I mean, Wam was always good fun to cast with. I would just do fun, cringy things, like doing like stupid voice in the middle of a cast. Like, people forget, like, the biggest, most important thing when you're casting is to have fun. If you can have fun, like, maybe not everyone in the audience is going to have fun, but a decent chunk of the audience will have fun. You stood still? Yeah, but then you're, like, that's stupid. That's even stupider. I'm sorry, I'm going to contest this. If you stood still, that's like, okay, so I cross the road and there's a car coming towards me at 100 miles an hour. I stand still. What the fuck? That's the, like, aha! I have not moved, therefore I'm not in the road. You're in two pieces, all right? Like, dude, you painted the road at that point. You're road filling. It's like there's just going to be a crazy man that comes along later and then just draws the new freaking white lines to the road out of your blood. Standing still don't fix it. Like, yeah. I am dead, but correct. Well, you see, you may have a longer life, but you will go on knowing that I died being correct. You know that whole bullcrap when I was like, I'll die for the good cause to be like, you know, to be right. That's bullcrap. Every day, people make the choice not to die and be wrong. And we do it willingly. So that we can be wrong another day. You're pretty sure Twinkies have no natural ingredients? That's not true. The scientists that make the Twinkies are made up of natural ingredients. You just have to be willing to eat them. We'll do the push-ups in a sec. I'm a grease spot. Oh, yeah, sorry. Difference. You can sue the driver, so you win. You're dead. You can't sue the driver when you're dead. All right? Like, you don't get into the court and everyone sits down and then they pull out like a Ouija board and then they have a seance to get your side of the story. That doesn't happen. I don't know if you noticed that, but I've never in any court I've been in, and I've actually only been in like 2, but still, I've never seen in a court a Ouija board. Like if in case of witness is dead, break glass that has a Ouija board behind it, they then sit down in front of and then like run through your testament. I would love, like, if that was, I would wish that was a thing. Could you imagine, like, the testimony and, like, the person who types it up? It's like, he hit me. Ooh. I definitely feel like I had right of way. Ooh. Also, could anyone explain to me what Twinkies are made of? Ooh. I'll also take some kale with that. Ooh. I don't think that's happening. Would I rather have leprosy, rabies, or AIDS? Rabies? Because like rabies of the 3 is the one you could probably like control the visual appearance of the most. You know what I mean? Because like you could just cover your mouth and like, sorry, it's like, you know, COVID era or whatever. Rabies is rabies 99% deadly? Really? Hey, I might be dead in 2 weeks, but I'll have a good social 2 weeks. All right, when I'm like some people just go like, this guy is crazy at the party. But like, if you've got like leprosy, that shows really easily, and also AIDS does as well, right? Like AIDS can lead to like really big like breakouts of things on your face and whatever. Yeah, so I just treat the rabies. I get rabies and then get it treated. That's the other thing. Of all those, of course you choose rabies. Like, is this even an argument? Like, which one is the easiest to treat out of those three things? It's rabies, right? You can't really cure rabies? That's not true. Why else do you get, like, a shot when you get bitten by a rabies dog? Like, boy, I don't know how, like, backwards the Dutch medical care system is, but even the NHS has figured this one out. Not past a certain point, then just don't let it get past that point. In fairness, all these diseases are easily treatable. It's just a gunshot. Okay, that was dark. I'm just gonna go do my push-ups. Rabies comes to your... Yeah, just want to let it get to my brain. Wait, haha, checkmate. I don't have a brain, sucker. You can't swallow with rabies, so you would have like... Oh, yes, right. You get the... Oh, yeah, that's why you get the froth, isn't it? Yeah, just like... So like... But you didn't say when I would find out that I got it. We're assuming like I just know straight away, so I'll just go get treatment. All right, you guys ready? Sure, why not? That's the music. What's that? We need more volume. It is time to enter the arena. We have got Lucifer on turning up for a weekly here, kicking off the Chinese. But in his way, the Turk loves his French time. Sass to the French in the blue to try and contest one of the GOATs of AoE 4. And he does so with a Dark Age Spearman opening. Does this man have rabies? Has he gone crazy? Or is he simply just that much of a goddamn genius? Let's find out in game number 1 as we head into our default map for the week. It is a familiar sight for many an aging and ailed and potentially rabies-ridden Age of Empires 4 gamer, Borderland. That's right. You may be experiencing the bold temptations encroaching upon your head if this song takes you back to your childhood. Oh my god, it actually was that many years ago. All right, so Sass is going to be opening with the Spearman play. The question mark is just how many Spearmen you want to go. The idea behind this is kind of cool, though, right? Like, it's going to stop your opponent from going into the Pro Scouts because he needs to actively gather extra gold. And it is going to be a 4 gold. Yeah, typically this map, I feel like 80% of the spawns at least seem to be Ford spawn. I don't know when I last saw a back spawn. The closest would be like a gold up here. I don't remember when I last saw a gold spawn back here. I'm not even sure if that's possible anymore because of how frequent the corner gold is. Wait, did you really... Like, no, that's the Pokemon. That's definitely not the Smash... I mean, technically, it is in Smash Bros. If you play the right level, it is in Smash. Never understood why Chinese strats more often than not involve a mass Lancer spam. Because we're in a heavy cav meta. Like, the heavy cab meta is literally where home is at this point. And it has been that way for a really long time. Like, I don't know. I was kind of hoping by now the devs would try to do something to adjust that and push it in a different direction. Yo, what is up, Core? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. He saw some good old Sass and Lucifer on. He's like, I need to get in on this. Oh, can we get predictions up? Let people gamble to their heart's content. Except boy, he's in the Dutchlands. He legally can't. I still can't believe that the Netherlands stops you from gambling with Twitch points that have no financial value. I guess they could, though. Like, you could be like, oh, yeah, redeem 1 million points and get a giveaway. You know? All right, Bradickies are 94% for Lucifer. Yeah, I guess like stocks and Sass may be a little bit low right now. He just had the Rebel Warlord qualifiers. He got clean 3-0, didn't he? Who was it who put him out? I'm trying to remember now. I don't think it was like a crazy strong player. Not to say that it was a bad player, but it wasn't one you're like, okay, yeah, that's... It wasn't like he walked into Beasty and got slapped out as expected. I believe... Just double check. It was Voldemar, wasn't it? Yeah. Voldemar clean swept him 3-0. Then again, the last few times Voldemar and Sass have met, Voldy, I believe, has always got the win. I have to double check the stats, but I think like the last 3 series I've cast or seen, it has been a Voldemar win. So, it was just double spears, and he's achieved his objective, right? Like, Lucifer can't rush Pro Scouts as expected. What's he going to be doing instead? Did he get enough food to be cheeky about? He's got 16 sheep. You, in theory, could fast castle. I just don't think you'd want to here. Yeah, you'd be very dry, very fast on resources. And, like, yes, you get lancers, but your opponent could technically build into Feudal Knights and just keep scaling. Of which, the Feudal Knights will be flowing soon. I think it was 0-12. Wait, what? What are we talking about 0-12? Poland can't do it too. Wait, actually, where was Poland's representation? Not gonna lie, a lot of your countries have like disappointed you. You know, when I look at the Road to Rebel World qualifiers #1, it's just Nords dominating. Although, like, the hilarious part to me, I don't know if you guys caught it, but there was a point in the Myriad Numenor series. Numenor won the first game, and Myriad had a UK flag. And then game 2 and 3, they gave him a Hungarian flag, and he won. So this is the power that people don't realize you have when you're multinationality. If you're losing, just change your flag. It's like it's like a person who, you know, they're like half German, half French. When the World Cup comes, like, woo, France! Oh no, they got eliminated. Oh, Germany! Okay, so Spear on Spear spam, which is to be expected. Like, Lucifer needs Spearman to defend against the Knights. He can't overreact to the Spears. I don't mind Sass's idea here, though. Like, just add in Knights. Right, so Spear plus Knights. He's actually going Archers as well. Interesting. So Lucifer can just pivot into Archer Spear then and play defensive, right? He also got a really good gold. Look at this back one. I mean, you always get it, but the way it's spawned is it technically a little bit closer to the base, maybe? With the tree lines is a really good spawn. You can just kind of insulate yourself with ease. So it looks like he's still going to be going Pro Scouts. Units do not exist in a vacuum? How would you know unless you went in the vacuum? And then if you're in a vacuum, you can't get back to us. Isn't this like, what is it? Crap, I've forgotten the scientific theory. Like, of the box. I can't remember what it's called. And I hate myself for not remember. I should remember this. Like, the whole idea of, like, someone's dead. Yeah, it was the cat experiment, but it has a name. It's like, Schrödinger? I think it's Schrödinger's cat. Yeah, is the cat dead? You don't know unless you look in. Like, can 111 French beat Chinese? It doesn't sound great, but we don't know unless we look in the box. Pro Scouts has snuck in some goodies, so Lucifer will get the inflated gathering rate. Meanwhile, Sass will be just moving out onto the deer himself, which makes sense. The problem is your opponent does have stables, so you could add in a few ponies. Archery follow-up, so it is going to become a 1-1-1 for Lucifer. Now, the idea here is actually you have some really solid timings around blacksmith decks now as you scale into archers. Remember, supervision gets you them really fast. Even the nerfs to the return resources as well from taxing, you get that return on resources when you tech in the form of gold to enable the further researchers. So definitely something that Sass needs to be mindful of. I think you just want to try to pivot very aggressively into the night count. Of course, we're discussing quantum physics. Like, we're just a very advanced and ingenious place with all these genius ideas. We're genius. Okay, so Lucifer has pretty much everything he needs, right? Obviously, you want to create more deer. That's the important part. But like gold-wise, I don't think he needs any more. He's got plenty from taxation, which means he's got representation. Sorry, I had to make that reference. The military count also looking pretty damn strong for him. When you consider that Sass only has 3 knights, like if this was just say your standard 7 or 8 knights by now, well, maybe it's a bit high, like 6 knights. Like okay, the military difference, eh. I think Lucifer is fairly fine here. Doesn't need to be careful about overextending. Sensor spearman in anyway. He's just going to brute force it. Horsemen go around towards the archers. And the knights... what? I don't even know what that was. Wait, where is he going? To game 2, babe. Oh, God. This looks pretty rough, actually. So Sass just lost the archery threat. He doesn't have knights. He's also over microing because he's not reinvesting into units. Yeah, Lucifer's got him in headlock. Is he just dead? Apparently so. He calls GG. All right, game 1 is a swift beginning of the series. Lucifer already 1 game up. Is turning into a bit of a rough week for Sass. That was a brutal start. Let me update. It's BO3, not BO5. Got to switch that over. So G1 win for Lucifer. What do you do to recover, Sass? Oh, he's going Dry Arabia. Okay, it's Macedonian nuts time. Up against Mali, though. So you can't Varangian cheese, right? Because I think Sofa deals with Varangian quite well. You could go Ridari, though. Just Ridari Rush? Problem is, like, does Fulani Sofa beat that or not? You called Fimp? You called it... Guys, you can't just call Fimp every game. Because if you call Fimp every game, like, you're going to lose the specialness of it. And everyone's going to be expecting you to call Fimp. And then it's like, then you're like, oh, wow, what an unexpected call. Then again, like, if you edit it correctly, you do look like a genius. Remember, guys, they don't remember all the times you miscalled it. They remember the time you called it correctly. I learned this a very long time ago in the Dota scene. I knew a guy who could be wrong every time. But if he was right once in 100... he was a genius. Dip head and ice one toss back some espresso? What? Why? Also, I don't drink espresso, so... yeah, I actually, like, hate coffee. And coffee-type tasting things. Tea, all that crap. Blech. So we'll do this series, by the way, and then... where do we hop in after this one? We'll see. I'm weighing it up. Yeah, dude, like, I think coffee just kind of tastes like ass. Hey, you know what the best joke is? You know those cats that eat the coffee beans and then crap them out and then you eat them? That's where you then say the coffee tastes like ass. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, I've never gone with the taste of it, though. Tea, coffee, no. I got energy drunks for that, you know? Oh, sorry, I forgot your music. It's like a fight just started with someone because of the coffee comment. Look, all I'm saying is they haven't made a coffee-themed Pokemon yet, but they made an ice cream-themed Pokemon. Checkmate. What kind of British are you? I'm the kind that drinks rooibos tea. There, that's very British sounding. It's either that I'm South African. I ain't got the accent, so. You really knew KP was underdeveloped? Your mum said she wouldn't say anything. More volume? I think we have enough volume. Rooibos? Why is that's how you pronounce it? It's rooibos. It's not rooibos. Rooibos. You want Roy? You need more roll on the R? It's fine. Besides, what's more developed than drinking apple-flavored Red Bull? Yeah. They made coffee-themed ice cream? Yeah, but it tastes like shit. Like, why? Like, okay, coffee is inferior to caramel. Caramel ice cream is based. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. This is like perfect intro for game number 2. Go get the time right. Ready? They're back. They couldn't be kept away. The Macedonians has returned to my tournaments, but the question mark is, will it dominate the Malians? Could this be the way that Sass is able to get on the board and bring an end to his rough week? Is this Civ secretly an S-tier pick? Or are the Malians just going to keep winning every bloody time? Let's find out. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 2. Lucifer stomping out Sass's hopes with the French in less than 10 minutes for G1. Is it revenge time? Macedonia is a tempo-based Civ. You've got to be assuming he's looking for some sort of aggressive opening, but what opening could you do? How do you stop it? When does Marino play? When he stops cowering away from our weeklies because he doesn't want to lose the Vortex. I'm calling him out. Yeah, Marine Lord basically used our tournament series to take the first place seeding ranking from Beasty and then never played again. Everything's inferior to salty licorice ice cream. What's licorice ice cream? Are you trying to suggest that caramel is salty licorice? No, like wait, I'm just getting baited. You're just Scandinavian. That's a Scandinavian response. Salty licorice ice cream. Why? Macedonians are like 50% on ladder right now. I think they're at like 56% because they have a lot of cheesy strategies, guys. The thing that you got to realize about Macedonians like right now is the Civ that can easily get you to conk, and you even when you shouldn't be there. Because of 2 primary strategies. One is the Varangian guard spam and feudal, and 2 is the fast castle Radari build. So the Varangian spam can involve you playing into either landmark, actually, depending on the spawn. Grand Winery can be good for it, or you go Hippodrome to get the movement speed buffs. Or you go Hippodrome build into a semi-fast castle just to get the best heavy cavalry in the game. These are very cheesy strategies right now. But there are some players that are starting to develop the Civ a little bit more. They're starting to get those taste buds rolling and appreciate the breadth of life because there is a lot of cool strategies. We've seen, for example, the Canadian bros, really big believers in the spearmen of the Macedonians. We've seen some more players leaning into the archery strategies for them as well. So it is a Civ that's coming together. And I think this is where I just need to find the old video of me at the start of the DLC saying it, that when all the dust was going to settle, this would be the broken new Civ. Because, like, the things that were broken when this DLC dropped for things like Tuklak and Sengoku are pretty obvious. And you'd expect them to get nerfed. But Macedonians is more subtle in the way that they're overpowering. It's the way they scale. It just really catches you off guard. Salmiakki ice cream? What is that? I don't even... What? What is even salmiakki? Do I even want to know? Oh, is that the name of the licorice? Oh, yeah, it's the fisherman's friend thing. I remember hearing about this. Whatever happened to Louis MT? I'm not sure. It's a little bit of a surprise. You have to remember, he actually declined the invite to the Road to Rebel Warlaw event. So the only person that's really there that potentially is going to represent China, if they can make it to the top 4, is going to be Scarlet Devil. Which is, like actually, that's a really big burn for AoE 4's community. Because there's a big Chinese representation now that just won't care. CSO's gone. CSO hasn't been really competing for a while. The problem for CSO is, like, he can basically just, like, get paid to play pub games with people. So he just tends to chill, from what I've seen. Like, actually, I think he hasn't even played the game in a while, if I'm not mistaken. His account's been pretty inactive. Okay, so Sass. We are getting a lot of Stone Gap. Wait, is he doing 2 TC? Oh, wait, hold on. Hold up. 2 TC strat for the Macedonians. We saw this just a few days ago out of Corvinus, and it did look pretty effective. That was against a Lancaster opponent, and it forced him into 2 TC, I believe. This is a bit different. Malians, you know, one of the classic solutions people had in mind against Fulani Boom is to go 2 TC. And it's really powerful here because of these champions that you get for free. Yeah, I mean, you get the Hippodrome Scout that's already just giga stacked. He's a warrior scout that's just completely amped up on liquid cocaine. Oh, damn. I just realized I should have waited 15 more seconds. First 5 minutes of video. You can't make those comments. And then on top of that, he's going to get the Hippodrome Horseman to buff him up further. And then finally, the Ridari Champion. These are all very powerful Khan-esque units that you get access to with the Macedonians. And the first of each are free. AoE 4 is doomed? Of course it's doomed, guys. Did you not know AoE 5 is being developed, right? Like, have you not seen the Reddit threads? AoE 5 incoming. Nah, guys, like you just gotta accept the future. We're becoming like a Doki Doki Universe streamer next. Horseman Scout goes in, but not the Champion Scout. No, the Champion Scout is. Oh no! Come on! No, he's just getting out flexed now. Lucifer on. He's gonna get the snipe. What? All right. Yes, 1-on-1, Warrior Scout will lose. But what if he brings his brother? You know, one holds you down, the other one punches you in the face. Good denial, and now the TC coming up. The Scouts are riding over a little bit late, though, so the TC will successfully come online. You might lose one villager for it if Lucifer's quick. Yeah, so we'll just strike in. Oh? No, he doesn't try to hang around. He doesn't want to lose the Scouts. So TC's online. Nice push as well. Look at this. Sass actually grouped up the deer really nicely. And it will now be the Varangian Stronghold follow-up. You could even just think about rushing towards the arrow slits in placement. Because if you're going to build 2 strongholds, it's better than going for, like, an outpost arrow slits play. Guys, he's not fimping. He's not fast imping. It's 7 minutes in the game. There's literally no civ that can go imp that quick. Unless you play Empire Wars. AoE 5 should probably be set in Roman times. Really? I would assume AoE 5 will be set towards like the World War I time. Because you guys, there was a rumor leak about like AoE 4 early on in development. Not in rumor, I think it was just like a dev said it in an interview. Early on in AoE 4's development, there was an idea to have like a World War I era present, from what I heard. Obviously, they drew back on the idea. I mean, I'll be honest, like, it might have played towards Relic strengths, actually, considering the history of Company Heroes games. So we do have Sofa Blobbing coming in. Sass is going into the Adgir Maffa, so it just will be spear spam. But Cow Boom is beginning. It's a race. Problem here as well, Sass is already going to have too many workers on the secondary TC, so if you wait like another minute or two, there is a dive point available. Lucifer can always just split the Sofa up and try to hit multiple locations. Probably an AoE 3 replacement instead of a 4. I would rather they announce Age of Mythology 2. I genuinely think announcing Age of Mythology 2 is the smartest thing they could do right now. I think it's in some ways too soon to announce Age of Empires 5, so you would immediately burn the AoE 4 audience. And the AoE 2 audience is still skeptical because of their relationship with AoE 4 when it first came out. Age of Mythology is the most logical thing to announce a sequel for. Or like a completely new Age of edition. Age of Space. Okay, I don't know if that would really work with a historical fan base. So far, looking decent on count. Remember, you want to absorb shots with the Hippodrome Horseman because he heals. Yeah, it does it intentionally there. Okay, I'd actually buy into that. Like I was saying, I think the other day, I would love to see a Warhammer Age of Empires game. I'd buy the crap out of that. Like, for me, out of the Total War renditions, the Warhammer one's the one I had the most fun with. So, I'm kind of based the idea of more Total War, like more Warhammer stuff. Not sure about Sigmar though. Oh, he gets a snipe. That's big. Wait, so that's two champions down. He can rebuild them, but they're really expensive. What? Holy crap. Sass needs to call his dad. He just got beat up. This is like watching a school kid take on a fully grown adult. Lucifer with a 2-0 stomper. Waste no time. 9 minutes and 50 seconds. I think the first game was almost the exact same amount of time. Dude. Leave him alone. He's dead. Man, Lucifer is just a beast. Holy crap. Why did he call so early? He probably just felt like he was going to get sofa flooded after he lost both champions. Some players like are the rigid believer, like, okay, this and that needs to happen. If it doesn't, I lose, sort of thing, right? Like, Vortex and Lucifer have this when they play each other a lot. Like, oh, that happened. Okay, the game is done. Oh, man. What a wacky one. Yo, what's up, Teach? Appreciate the sub, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. So, let's have a look. Let's see what we get into next. Looking at the brackets, actually. We have got... What series do you guys want? There's a series we could do live, but it would spoil some other one's outcomes. So I'm kind of skeptical to doing the live one. Or are you guys just gonna be like, give me the live one. I want the live one. I need the live one. We could just do the live one later. It's just a case of if you want to like have the results of the early spoil. Because do you guys want to see like Numenor versus Corvinus and B versus Starflock? A lot of different choices coming out. Because we could do the B versus Starflight one. Or the Core versus Numenor. Like, the winners of those are playing momentarily, but, like, if we do that, obviously it spoils the outcomes of the earlier ones. Should we do Numenor Corv? Watch Core W versus Numichad. That's not even there. What? What are you on about? Well, Anatan Lash. Actually, you know what? Let's do an Anno Lash. I want to do an Anno Lash. As it feels like it's been a hot second. I think Anno took a little bit of a break. So we'll do Anatan versus Lash. Let me grab that one. So, Anatan, Lash. Then G1 is Borderland Remember each time. Have a good streamer day. Thank you, thank you. I'll try. God, now that you made me think about it, it's going to be harder. Germany versus Belarus. Wait, where are you getting this from? Like, it's Core versus Myriad up there. You've kind of drifted into the wrong matchup in your brain. Oh, sorry, no, you're right. I know, Lash, my brain. Oh my god, dude, I'm being an idiot. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what's up with me today. All right, anyway, like, thinking isn't required. It's overrated. So we've got Baldland coming through. Jean versus Byzantines for game 1. Am I wearing a fanny pack? No, I can't afford them. They're very convenient, though, apparently. You can go into more live ones by doing the matches prior, avoiding spoilers, but getting to more fresh games earlier. Yeah, the problem with that is, like, not knowing exactly when the players are doing those series. So, like, you're assuming that time is, like, this, like, thing that pauses its own dimensions, and then you can, like, okay, now we've... Doesn't always work that way. Sometimes you find out a series is happening, like, last second and stuff, right? Or you just don't have enough time. All right, anyway, let's get ready to rumble. Oh, we need music. Okay. Oh, this actually works really well. We're wrong. There's something we've clearly missed here. Jeanne d'Arc is not trash. The Maiden d'Orléans has returned for a showdown in the Borderlands where her luscious long hair will surely be an advantage against the aging, balding group of gamers. On the other side, it is going to be Anno of Volta Esports manning the Byzantines on a map that they've been seeing so frequently. But Anno himself seems to have been AWOL from the KPMMs. His return has been much anticipated, and he must begin it with true dominance. Let's see if he's got what it takes to come out ahead of one of the pillars of the German community in AoE 4. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Jeanne d'Arc up against Byzantines in the Borderlands for G1, our home map for the week, in fact, and a fun one at that. Yeah, considering that there's been nerfs coming in left, right, and center to Pro Scouts, it's not just the be-all, end-all win game. In fact, the majority of Borderlands games we've been seeing hasn't required Pro Scouts to get that win. So, with that in mind, let's see how Lash wants to try and approach this. He is sometimes a little bit more of a more classic player, I guess is one word you could put on it. You know, traditionalist, right? Like, he's the type of player I wouldn't be surprised to see him playing into, say, a Pro Scouts here. But same time, Byzantines, Anatan, he can usually be a bit tricky. We have to remember, this is a map where trade post starts close, and of all the things, I don't know if he's going to do it, but you know, when you think Byzantines Anatan, one of the signature things that comes to mind for a lot of people is his utilization of Sipahi. And what's up, Teach J? I appreciate the sub. I think I said that already. I'm going to say it again. Was that the Street Fighter music? No, that was not Street Fighter. Did anyone get what that was from? That was the wrong console, mate. You've gone into the Sega arsenal. You should have been in the Nintendo one. That's a good old Fox track. That's, I think it was Star Fox Corneria. She's not a maiden, though. She screwed me a couple of times. Come on. But, so you're saying she made you cry, then that has the word maiden in it, so it counts. There we go. That's what we come out with. Double on the build-up, but actually more, remember, because the Maiden d'Orléans does build quicker. Grand Winery. Already now coming in, as expected, and it is going to be a play under stone. I like this. Like, Jean's not going to be able to get the pressure out immediately. Also, Jean's tech up is historically slower than French because of the difference in the amount of villages available to you, right? So you can take advantage of that to get as many of the systems online as possible before the threat starts to arrive. Who wins in a German off between Lash, Crackety, Core, and Zert? Clearly Zert in chat, right? It should be Core. Current performances, I think it's probably between Core or Lash. Lash has been a bit hit or miss, though. I think, like, Lash, he has a good fundamental understanding of the game. The thing, I would say, I don't want to say orderly, but I think Lash usually feels like he's quite a meta-oriented player. And you have to remember, we just had a DLC. We've got an ever-evolving meta. Like, this is not necessarily the time to be the meta optimizer, right? Normally, this is the time where the creatives tend to break through again and again. Why is everyone talking about AoE 5? Because people are bored. Like, dude, like, it's been 3 months since we had a DLC. Like, something happened. Someone do a barrel roll. Sorry, let me do the correct. Someone do a barrel roll. All right, so Lash, a lot of resources accrued here, actually. This slow tech choice, what was the logic? Because he's flowing a lot of food and gold. I mean, sure, you're going to build a knight, but now, like, he hasn't gathered the wood for an immediate stable play. Jean's not even level 2 yet. Didn't go for wheelbarrow either. Could be going for it in a second, though. AoE 5 would just be a AoE 4 DLC. I did say this before. Like, imagine if they'd just done the Overwatch 2, but didn't rug pull last second. You know what I mean? Like, they actually could have done that with things like the roguelike mode. They could have a co-op extension for that. They could have some new single-player campaigns. And they'd be like, okay, we're just renaming AoE 4 into AoE 5. And then you relaunch, like, Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2. Because the thing that people, like, misunderstand, the big reason why Overwatch 2 completely flopped and everyone was annoyed about it is because they actually just rug pulled the things they promised on. That was the #1 concern. Like, people who were skeptical about it were memeing at first. Like, oh, yeah, they're making the game again. they got mad about it when they realized that they were just like lying about what they were doing. So I don't think it's the worst idea necessarily to like just rejuvenate your game. Especially if, for example, they were going to put AoE 4 into a new engine entirely, you could justify it. So yeah, like if they wanted to do this for AoE 5, my like thoughts would be, you know, better engine for it so that modding is better, so that you can announce like advanced mod support at launch, new single player campaigns and co-op, and then boom, you just do it. Okay, so Lash has started to rebalance his eco now. Night count's looking pretty nice. Double stables already. Jean already slaying the pigs. Anno Chad slowly getting extra assistant levels. Wasn't able to stay out on the stone as long as I think he would have liked to. They didn't lie, they simply failed? Okay, but like that becomes a lie then. Like what I mean, like when you think about it, like you false advertised, didn't you? And is false advertising technically not lying? Like, i.e., hey, you should buy this game because it's going to have a single player. And then you just, like, don't do the single player? I think they did. They done parts of it. They didn't complete it, though. It's like, it's how I refunded Escape from Tarkov. When they promised something and it didn't happen. So I was like, that's false advertising. Like, oh, in this case, we'll give you a refund. Wink. I'm actually surprised more people didn't push EFT on that, actually. Okay, so Anno, how are we looking? Just spam and spam all together. No archers yet from Lash, but we are at least seeing him now going towards the pro scouts. I think this is like the way you just are going to see it play from now on, though. Like, people don't just rush pro scouts anymore. Players, a combo of like nerf to pro scouts and players getting so good at reacting to it means it's not a free play anymore. You just kind of have to earn it instead. Wait, what are you talking about? Conversions? For what? For ships? You can't convert ships. Maybe a Bastis you need tech, but like a Wall doesn't work, right? Because you can't convert like siege-oriented units. I think ships get categorized the same way. Pretty sure of that. Wait, is that an extra racks? Damn. I mean, usually you don't need it because you have the system buffs for production, but like he doesn't have that in this case. He also failed to toggle Conscriptio back on. He's actually on Dialecticus, despite the fact there's nothing researching. AU4 could really use loot box. I'm telling you, man, it's what we're missing. Like, are you telling me you wouldn't like a Christmas tree ram? Or a Christmas tree siege tower? There's people right now in chat like, no, I don't want that in my game. But then it would come in the game, you're like, I'm buying that crap. Only $10? You need a battle pass? Honestly, like, I don't mind the idea of it. The problem is, like, they could try to envision that in AoE 5 in prep. Like, if you create the system and then set up for it. The problem is, like, going back and then post-mortem adding in the microtransaction systems, like, is very difficult. People hate the word microtransaction, but, like, done right is not a bad thing. And what I mean by that is, one of the big things I said would be really cool is if we had UI skins. UI skins is something you could make money off of as a developer, and it doesn't negatively impact players' experiences. It's a choice they make. So Javelin switch up from Anno. Why? I mean, he had the choice between Longbow or Jabs, right? I guess Anno wants to come out. If you're only defending, Longbow's often the better choice. Because you defend and then you tech. But if he needs to do something in Feudal, it can make a bit more sense. He's probably super paranoid that this is going to get counterplayed by archers anyway. Like, when you've got this many spearmen, you're assuming your opponent's going to build archers. Cool idea for an ECS game. I'm going to pause that for. It'd be cool to start with just humans. They have to be trained up to whatever route they want to go, like knights, etc. There are actually games that exist like that. But, like, yeah, I don't know if I'd say raw too complicated. There's been some cool games like that. So you should check out the game Cultures, where you have your, like, it's almost like Sims meets RTS in a way, because you've got your people and you can make them do different careers. And then there's another one called Dragon Throne Battle for Red Cliff that does that exact thing, where you spawn villagers and then send them into like a barracks or an archery range. And then you can also like have stable hands train horses for them to mount. And you can even hire heroes like Liu Bei, you know, Machao, etc. Yeah, there are games that exist for that. Just have to go back to the RTS Renaissance. John? We may have overstepped. Run! This is just kind of a weird position to be in with Jean. If you're wondering, why would he go melee when you know there's going to be this many spears? Like, small numbers, it's useful against spears, but the other thing is you can't go range on in this matchup. Javelins just kill you. Looks like it's going to be a tech-up strat coming in from both players. Lash, not going to be too far behind the timing. Golden Horn Tower level is not going to be very high. It's only the third system now being laid in by Anno. One worker kill so far for Lash. You know, usually in the French-Byzantine matchup, it's urgent that French get some worker kills to remain ahead. This is even more damning because you don't have a worker in play at lead. So the percentile scaling gets really scary for you from the Byzantines. Golden Horn Tower is going to be triggered first. So Anno, first to make it towards the castle. It's going to be crept in the back. Probably just, I think you just switch to camels here, like maybe even actively. You want that aura as quickly as possible to stop the knights. A2 level modding would be nice. You know, dream. It's just the engine, and I think the part that rubs me out the wrong way is so often when the devs are like, oh, the engine isn't that complicated mod for A3. It's weird because every modder I talk to says the opposite. The other problem is like, you're trying to train people to use a new system. So it's always going to seem complicated. Knights. Too complicated for them. They just want to go scrap the villages. Unfortunately, goes down. So he knows about the tech up. He's going to sneak onto the gold. Anatan a little bit slow on the reaction there. We'll lose a second worker. Now the diving. Nice find. Does trying to intercept the jabs. In fact, a few knights. I mean, you might as well just get the villages now, but won't even try. And that does make it more competitive with the Guildhall versus Golden Horn Tower timing. Yeah, like, okay, so to my point about, like, modding support, this is exactly why, like, the next Bethesda game will be great for modding. Because if they're going to keep using the creation kit that people already got used to for Fallout and Skyrim, then it's going to work. The reason it didn't work that well for Oblivion is because they decided to do Unreal Engine, so they were using 2 engines. Yeah, like, trying to keep some coherency over how modding works helps a lot if you want to actually have a modding community that works. Alternatively, just make your modding really easy to access. Like, it does bum me out that it's easier to create scenarios in Age of Empires 1 than it is in Age of Empires 4. You know, where you, like, spawn units and you set them up for, like, a scenario campaign. I wish we had that. Especially as a content creator, like, when I try to showcase a new Civ, I have to jump through so many hurdles in terms of time consumption. Anyway, not sure there's going to be much time left on this game. That's 30 veteran Limitane. And enough javelins that Jean is going to be sweating it. Camels also now queued up. I think Anno just wants to wait for the first camel riders. A debuff is going to be huge against these knights. Spearman, you got to chase him away. Slowing things down. Now, John will be target fire. Look at that. The jab damage very high. One more flurry to come out. Gets the snipe. She's gone. No farm of XP here. However, the knights will try to chow down Limitane. Limited in count, however, and this game looks cooked. Yeah, he lost, what, 10 knights for 10 spears? I think Anno's got him in a headlock here. This is pretty much over. The one limit... Wait, he actually got 2 kills. Come on. Brutal. And the monk full up. Anatan just looking to inflate his income there, so relics will be on the way home for him. I think future AoE should adapt a Total War-like campaign that uses 1v1 FFA. You can test what that experience is like just by playing Rise of Nations. Rise of Nations done that years and years ago, actually. I quite liked it. But it can get repetitive fast. think the style of Rising Nations kept it fresh, which might be a bit harder for AoE4, especially because you'll be playing one Civ, and the way you play it Civ. Like, even then, actually, Rising Nation had a lot of scenarios. Jab dive in, just fishes for a few kills. Nightwave is now moving forward, so these javelins are going to get punished. Yeah, I think maybe Anno went a bit wide, a bit fast here. I don't know, man. There's Limitane. They wanted to get on the gold way too fast. So Lash does punish him a bit for it. Camaradas did just arrive, though. Yeah, Lash far from out of the woods, but at least that's like a little bit of solace there. It's like he shrinks the range comp a bit. Relic player is being spotted. Anno, he took the relics from Lash's side of the map first. Yeah, because it's actually a smart read here. You could get olive oil faster by getting your relics first, but javelins aren't going to win you the game. What will win you the game is Lash running out of gold. So just depriving him of the gold sources infinitely, a great idea here versus just getting your oil a bit faster. We've got this potency coming in. Teardrop shields. Soon to be researched. Remember, this allows you to move a lot faster with shield down with those Limitane. Just trying to fish for kills. I mean, he needs something here. Okay, pull up onto the javelin. Warlord's going to scare him away. Still, at least cuts down some of the mercs. Problem is, there's no reason we need jabs right now, and Warlord steers him back towards the workers. Attack gets shivs out there. Ends up losing one worker. Anno is starting to pull the whole army back, by the way. So Lash is creating a lot of breathing room here. And actually, oh, what a hit. Another 4 dead on the tree line. So Lash not that far behind now. Because remember, he's also got the consecrations, which discount his costs. So it makes you a bit more competitive economically with the system power of the Byzantines. I'm impressed. Like, this game looked like it was just one little push from over when Anno was approaching the base. But I think he maybe tried to run before he was walking. And it did allow Lash to get a little bit of belief here as a way. No Institute. It feels like if there was any game for it, right? Like, he's literally only ever building knights. But also tough when you think about the food game. Then again, like, he played Pro Scout, so food shouldn't run out that quick. John, still level 2. Just give it a level, man. Just 20 more XP. Just, like, kill a spearman or 2. Oh, God. No. Kill the spearman. Don't die to them. The javelin's chasing her away as well. She's not getting the XP. Hey, the good news is she will get the XP passively. The bad news is you just lost, what, 1,500? Close to 1,500 resources for nothing? All right, so much for that boon, that moment that Lash had to breathe. Boy's about to get smothered by a Limitani pillow. He clicks straight onto the guild hall. He's just going to end the game. Straight to the TC. New knights come out. That's going to be wasteful. Javs can just snipe the workers. I guess he's trying to go men-at-arms, which isn't a bad idea. Oh, that's actually sick. If Lash had been doing that sooner, man, Jean's Champions is actually really smart here. Because Jean's Champions get bonus against spears. Quite a lot of damage, actually. And they're a men-at-arms. But this is way too late. Yeah, look, well, actually, no, he couldn't, right? Yeah, my bad. He couldn't because he didn't have level 3. In a different game, maybe. We're never going to see Champions actually win, Kappa. Jean's almost dead already again. Limitane line is still thick. Camel Rider's debuffing the damage. He has at least got those champions, though. Anno is also overdiving again. But in fairness, there's not really many knights left for Lash. Yeah, so full retreat here. Okay, props to him. He's now survived 2 dives. I once again wonder if Anno just went around the back, would this game now be over? But this is like the scariest point now for Lash, right? Like, he's switching champions, which are really pricey actually. 160 food and 40 gold. You're gonna need more gold. So it's creeping out on the wide flank. If Anno sends cataphracts on the flanks, you're in trouble. Big trouble. But if you can keep distracting me, this is gonna be the weird part to hear out of my mouth here. if you can just convince him to keep diving your base non-stop, you actually have a chance here. You know, just like make annoying noises at him. Oh, you know what you do? You do the... Guys, we've been playing Spyro recently. Just do the egg thief noises. Nah, 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 nah. Just try and mock him until he dives you. I don't know if... I'm not sure if Spyro is very popular in Belarusian regions. Oh, onto the guild hall. Has got almost 2k food in there. Let's see if the champions can carry this, because the Cataphracts are meant to be the counterplay, but Anno doesn't have many of them yet. Big clash coming in. The champions, they actually can't fight right now. Oh, come on. The knights. He led with the knights into spears. So they just melt. And now it's just champions left alone. Outnumbered. Beaten to a pulp. Maybe there was a way there if the champ's going first. Like, you know, as in the knights pull back, so the champ's getting first. I feel like you just need to make your knights last a bit longer to have a chance. But Jean's going to be going down. And I think Lash at this point is pretty depleted. Yeah, he's not even going to pull the guild hall to try. GG gets called. Game number 1 to Anna Chad. A little bit of a weird one. I don't know, like, that's the thing. The champions in theory, I wonder if you should just be able to have them when you're in castle, but not level 3. It's like one of the things that just makes Jean really weird, right? Like, the extra conditional. And it's not like it's just, oh, man, KP, that's broken because they're just a better men-at-arms. Yeah, but they're also much more expensive men-at-arms. You pay 200 resources by default as opposed to 120. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say you should be able to build them if you're just castle. When was the last time JD won a pro match? Yesterday. You weren't expecting that answer, were you? Yeah, it was yesterday. It was Baltin that got the dub. Against Scarlet Devil's French. Oh, yeah, that was a little bit sooner than you were expecting, right? All right, you guys ready? Egg thieves are really fast. They weren't that fast. Some games, maybe. Ooh. Ooh. It's a spicy meatball. Oh. Why is the music button disabled on the stream deck like that? All right, time for game number 2. Anno off to an early lead. He's looking to end it in 2 with one of his favorite sieves. It's Ottoman time. Deep into the swamps where the Dutch people live we go. But no Dutchman to be seen here. No, the Belarusian may choose the Turks. But the German, Lash, has gone for the Chinese. And S-tier Civ is going to be an S-tier map. Let's find out. Game 2 in the midweek muster. Round of 16 here, so only a best of 3. Lash needs to put his best foot forward because he's already 1 foot in the grave. I know it is going to be an opening onto a dock play here. Curious to see what Lash wants to try and do in response. Typically with China, you're just thinking about a fast tech, not even necessarily fishing, and that does seem to be the case here, as Lash is already setting up the mining camp and has gone for a 0 official starting. So no taxman to boost his eco early. Yeah, China has become like one of the most linear civs on openings with this, haven't they? Everyone just subscribes to the no taxman build now. So you just kind of have to go feudal fast, and it always has to be the Imperial Academy. Meanwhile, Anno, just more of a chill pill approach when he's getting his economy right. Like, he's going to go for those cheap docks, going to pay 90 wood per. Inflates you nicely into the unit you really want, which is Sipahi. You can basically just win in games with Sipahi. Sipahi is getting to the point that, like, French Knight spam got to, right? Where it's like, oh, you could technically just build this unit and only this unit and win the game. Sounds pretty good. I think age 4 of Ottoman is better, but you have to reach this age. I mean, sure, that's like a given. They have Janissary, Sipahi, and Great Bombards, and at that point in the game, like, you know, as long as you're not starved off the map, you're going to get them in mass. But early on, it's all about Sipahi. Like, actually, Ottoman's feudal age is more ferocious than their imperial age because Like, you could actually reach one. Not so much the other. So he does see the dot play. Should be scouting to confirm the secondary. And I'm assuming this is going to be, what, maybe just open spears? I mean, you could have went spears already, theoretically. But, like, the problem with doing that is if Ottomans start adding in spears as well, they're going to eventually get their vizier point. And on top of that, like we mentioned, if you're not going for a taxman, it is critical that you get this quick. Which feudal is better, Otto with 3 military schools and Imam, or Japan with Yumi and Uma Bannerman? I'd say Otto, definitely. Ottomans have a lot going for them when you do that. Because if you have Yumi and Uma Bannerman, you think you're, like, solid because you've got the, like, extra 2.5 damage with the aura plus the extra melee tech. But meta can just give +2 melee armor. And then you've got the Sipahi that are better horsemen. So they just kind of stomp you out, right? Then you got to worry about, like, the Imam healing. You don't have healing. Your Yumi are just going to get melted by Sipahi. Yeah, I'd favor... In a long feudal, I always favor Ottomans over Japan. And even if you try and go fast castle, it's not that easy either. Like, there used to be these fast castle builds with Japan. You guys might remember them. The infamous, they only go castle time. Ottomans could kill you from feudal age. Because they could just start spamming Sipahi. By the time you're teching, they have about 8 Sipahi. And then they just dive the base of the meta. Because then they have 4 ranged armor. Like, you just don't do any damage. And this build that I'm talking about with Ottomans, that was before we moved across to, like, the efficiency of imams, by the way. That was pre-healing abuse. Villager's going to be walking home. That's actually really important by Lash. He's already done his scouting rotation, so he has the sheep that he's going to get. Actually, not true. There's more sheep down here. But the idea is that now Anatan loses a bit of efficiency, having to pull one villager all the way back and then send a new one all the way out. Favorite Ottos over Japan? What about Mount Samurai? Oh, that's different. Now you're talking about Castle Age. You were talking about feudal before. Like, if you're going Castle, it's kind of different. Mount Samurai can be pretty fierce, but I think it becomes, like, skill expression at that stage. Because Yumi become a very good solution to Janissary. So the idea is, like, you Mount Samurai and Janissary, Mount Samurai and Yumi, because Janissary can't really exist. Yeah, very different equation there. Like, I'd say at the different ages, Japan has some edge in Castle, but weakness in feudal and Imperial. I love how we're talking about Japan so much with China on board, by the way. Like, what about this matchup? I think Ottomans, if you go hyper late game, Ottomans is better than Chinese, right? Because of the Great Bombards? But, like, that's ultra late. Initial Imperial Age, China has really good income, and they also have the potency of the hand cannoneer switch. Because they get the extra range deck. But I like how we're talking about, like, these stages of the game that we're not even near. Who's favored in feudals? Ottoman seems the obvious one here. Lash is now adding in the fishing boats, so he delayed it so he could get the taxmen quicker. And now he's just zerging out when it comes to food play. I know. We'll also have additional food at home. Madrissa plus fishing will allow for a lot of Sipahi spam here. In fact, he's already gathered the wood for a first stables drop. Why has Sengoku risen in popularity over the other new civs? Fairly simple to stomp people with, I'd say. And heavily featured by pros to that end. The ninja is an extra micro detail, but if you just use it the most brain-dead way, you do a lot of damage. Just remember to click it in a fight, and your opponent has to dodge the shots. Otherwise, the grenades win you fights. Yadi Cavalry is like a very highly ranked light cav unit. And then also, the fast castle strat's pretty easy. Like, the way that most people play Sengoku is kind of a nicer Japan. In the, oh, I'm going to get all this extra free food early on, and then I'm just going to tech for Mount Samurai anyway. In this matchup, you don't need to go that far. You get your own special kind of Mount Samurai in the feudal age. It's going to be the Sipahi from Anatan. Double Sipahi spam, by the way. And this is the power that you get out of the ponds. Hey, the Ottoman ships count as military? Yep. It's It's almost like we have these weird flaws in the game that don't need to be in the game, but they still are in the game. It's always nice when, like, your income is relied on games with these flaws, Kappa. Whoop, whoop. We'll get there, though. You know, like Red Bull Arkansas, they'll they'll remember. They'll finally remember to upgrade the Ottoman's capture age UI, maybe. Has anyone ever done an esports event in Arkansas? I'm checking this now. Arkansas, that looks like it says Arkansas, by the way. Does anyone else do that as a kid? I used to call it Arkansas when I was really young. No, they just have collegiate esports. I don't think there's ever been a major esports event there. Nice snipe. Sapahi finds the worker hanging out, trying to set up more infrastructure. So this is where Lash is forced to react Spearman, but now the problem is that he's spread wider. The wider you go, the worse it gets, because your opponent can actually just play both sides of the map and sneak in for kills. Great read by Anno. And Sapahi are capable of beating Spearman. Like, if you split up your Spearman too much, they'll just overwhelm you with the attachment. No, guys, it's Red Bull Arkansas is not happening, okay? You need some, like, homebrew energy drink that only exists in Arkansas for that. The American team like Chicago pizza too much. Spy? He's speaking about going back in. I actually like that he's hanging around because it makes Lash think about clicking off to go after them. Yeah, ends up being -3 Spearman for no kills. These are horsemen, by the way, in case you didn't notice. So now just peel and heal. Sends them all the way home. Has the Imams waiting. Really good start for him. When we see you in Dota 2 again, when TOs reach out and start hiring. Whoop, whoop. I mean, I haven't really put much effort into trying to find extra Dota work. Like, that scene is just... It's kind of shrinking, to be honest. Like, the viewership is shrinking. The amount of tournaments... Feels like there's less TOs year after year, actually. It's a rough one. And those TOs that exist just use the same people again and again and again and again and again and again and again with, like, no innovation. Even even when Blast came in, they already had this crew in mind. There was like a lot of people that feature in like PGL or whatever already. So yeah, it's, I don't know. I hate to see that game die. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of love for Dota 2, but I'm gonna be that person that says it is what it is. You know, I spent a long time with that game, being the best friend to the pretty girl in high school who like loves her, but she never sees him, and waited around, and like then nothing came of it, and then I realized I wasted a lot of time when I should have been looking at other games. Just is what it is. Spahi, they're just gonna do it again. Come on, this can't keep happening. He has got Horseman this time, so that's a smart move, just to intercept the injured Horseman. Also, why has Anatan gone for a Kinji? Wait, what? He's not actively building them, he just got the point. He's very all in on this one. Lash. Army's smaller than him currently, but he's blowing faster. Bad news here for Lash, though. Like, you're playing against Imam and Meta, and you went all melee. So, you know, pretty obvious moves here. If you feel threatened defensively, just melee defense, and then you have Aura. Do you think another game, esports-wise, will ever reach the price pools that Dota had in its prime? Well, I mean, the nature of inflation means eventually. Like, how many years is that going to be? To change the price pools for Dota was one of the dumbest things they could have done. Because they'd already made the scene too reliant on it. Alright, Clash coming in. Sapai, you're going to win again, right? The spinning count is low. Yeah, I don't know where Lash is meant to win a fight at this rate. This is crazy. Anno has forced him into a terrible fight. And it looks like it's going to be a terrible 2-0. Damn. Anno Chad ready to start thinking about a tech up as well. He's got most of the resources in, and it is indeed going to be a 2-0 stomper. Not even close. Anatan, an unstoppable force, and already through to the quarterfinals. I mean, that really wasn't even close. Yeesh. Good lordy, lordy, lord. Okay, so let me see. Let me strike off my list what we've had so far. So we've done Anton Lash. We could do B Starflark. Let's go B Starflark. Actually, or do you guys want B Starflark or do you want Core Myriad? Oh, music back on. Sapahi are most definitely stronger than Yari. I'd take Sapahi over Yari every day of the week. Yari's only advantage there is they're better at running away. No, not Core of Myriad, Core. Yeah, they have +2 against Cav, but Sapahi are higher base damage anyway. And more of them can attack. Like, it's when you talk like Cav, it's very hard to beat Sapahi because more of them will attack you, so they scale better. Wait, did I say Core? No, I definitely said Core Myriad. Let. 03029922. You are 3,029,922 years old. Or 22 years old, rather, the second. I think it's fair to say your hearing may not be what it used to be. Yeah, Corvus. Let's do Corvus Myriad. I said your hearing isn't what it used to be. I don't think he heard us. He just randomly started crying at us. Your hearing's trash? Of course it is. Of course it is. We talked about the average age group of AoE gamers. We're old enough that we should have a lot of money to spend. We don't spend it. We're just putting it all aside for a retirement that's coming up in 5 years. Sapahi versus Mount Samurai? I mean, that's a completely different class of unit. So Mount Samurai can win. Right? But like that can even then still come down to what is the count? How many have both of these players got of these things? Alright, so we said we're going to Core vs Myriad. Let's get that up. Star Fox goes hard? Hell yeah. Don't know. I don't think there's any other songs that are as strong as that one, though. Oh, I need to find Core now. Dude, this new search system's so bad. I don't know why they changed it. The way they changed it doesn't make sense. The way it works now is like, if someone has Core in their name, it will show up. That's fine. You can ask questions. Chat will help you out as well, I'm sure. Alright, let's search mte.myriad instead. Wait, what has he called himself now? He still is with MTE, right? Maybe not? Does Almonds have to beat Mount Samurai? It's meant to be that you just build like your own lances or spears and you have Janissaries. But like I said, like Yumi Mount Samurai should beat that. So you have to have a lot of Sapahi left over, basically. The whole idea is that Ottomans are meant to win that matchup a high amount of time because they build a lead in Feudal Age. Because you have to remember, like, this, it sounds simple to say out loud, but like damage done doesn't immediately disappear when you age up. Okay, so game 1. We've got Mali versus Chinese between Core and Myriad. Getting kind of bored of Chinese. Former observer as well as a caster. Both of them looking and aspiring to be a full-time pro in 2026. But there can only be one in the Midweek Musters. Core versus Myriad. We head into Boardland to see which man is going to lose his hair and his cool first. Myriad, He takes to the field in the red, playing as the Chinese. A powerful Civ on any map you choose. But on the other hand, the new kid on the block or the constantly rising star seems to be the Malians, and Core has already attuned himself to them in a world where Pro Scouts is no longer necessary. Will it be mass sofa flood into domination, or is the Chinese Zerglings going to come out too fast and too fierce? Best of 3 between these two in the midweek muster to see who is going to emerge forward to face off against a likely champion in Vortex, who's once again returning to defend that title. This is going to be an interesting one, actually. Like, Malians versus Chinese. I don't know. I feel like Mali are getting more opportunities to take dubs at the moment. Myriad can't cast when he's in 20s. There you go. Like, what was it? The other day, Wam was like, oh, man, I really hope that Myriad, like, qualifies today so that he can cast next week. I was like, no, you want Myriad to lose today and then lose next week. Because then he casts more weeks. So, you know, if you want to be selfish about it, you want to see him suffer. Because if he suffers, it means he'll have more time to cast. But if he qualifies, he's got all those games to play. Yeah, Core, I think, has been putting a lot of hours in again, right? Like, for whatever reason, he was a little bit missing in 2025, but it feels like he's trying to get back on the horse and put in the time. Other side of things, Myriad has just been looking probably his best recently. I think he's just getting better and better. You know, like 2026 feels like it could easily be his year, but it's early days. We kind of get this a lot of the time. We're like, yeah, this is the time. This is the best we're ever going to see them. And then it kind of peers out. I think we had that like Kilyadi where, you know, Kilyadi's trajectory didn't rocket constantly upwards through 2025 like I was kind of expecting. Still impressive out of him. Understand might be the exception to that rule, of course. What I rate Wam01 out of 10? Why are we rating people on this scale? That's a bait. We're not taking that bait. There's like a reason why like casters, for example, would not do caster tier lists. It's just it gets weird fast. Although after what Anno done, we should really do player tier lists. No one talked about casting. Okay, now you just made it weird. You go in your corner. You stay there. Let's see. So Imperial Academy versus Mansa. I'm just going to fast forward the first 5-minute mark because, like, these are the most unimaginative openings when it comes to civs. You're never going to see anything really different from them, though. I wonder, is Core going to go for, like, a semi-fast boom-up? Because if he does, the Myriad could just pro scout it. It's a really good map for pro scouting. You're probably thinking about pro scouting anyway. The only alternative is like a Barbican drop. Would be very surprised to see that though. Yeah, it's going to be 3 out to gold. Taxation already coming in. Stable's already being dropped. Does very much look like a pro scout strat. Other side of it, Core. No ranch. Yeah, a little bit surprising here. He's already prepping the second pit mine location, but he hasn't chosen to go for any of the cows straight away with the ranch. Instead, prioritizes wheelbarrow as well as a racks play. So he's aware of the pro scouts and he's got something to say about it. We'll be looking to block the greed. Like the wheelbarrow start? If you want to move out to extra resources, it's kind of good. Otherwise, you just build cow and stay at home, right? The contradiction on the wood is what, like, you're going to be very heavy-handed on wood because you've gone Donzos, which are premium when it comes to wood amongst spears. Also, like, the problem... Pro Scout and Alpha was really weird on this map. Unless you are Malians, weirdly enough. Because Malians will go Scouts to deny Pro Scouts. Other civs go Spearmen. And the problem with that, if you look on that mini-map, there's too many deer locations. It's very reminiscent of maps like Rocky River, where it's a lot harder to block out the Pro Scout's value because there's so many locations your opponent could go. The only real difference these days with the new Pro Scout meta is because of the decay on deer, it is more expected that your opponent will prioritize the opening deer in the center than the wide. So maybe that's where Core thinks he's getting value here. He has now followed up with the cow behind. No ranch just yet, though. Myriad, decent quantity of archer spears now to follow this up. Yeah, he's just trying to layer himself to deny core the desirability of going Sofa. But when you play Malians, you never let someone say you shouldn't Sofa. Every day is a Sofa day. Jeez, that just sounds like being unemployed. If you're beginning your day like that, I don't know, you're either already a millionaire or life's going a bit rough. Like, every day is a Sofa day. Every day is an eat frozen pizza and cry in the dark room day. Okay, that was... I need to put on some jolly music. That was way too depressing. There we go. You can't be depressed when Rainbow Road is playing, I think. Legally, I think you're not allowed to. Like, look, listen, I'll say it again now. Every day is a Sofa day when you sit in the dark eating frozen pizza that hasn't even fully defrosted yet. See, now it just sounds like a party. Now you can continue on from this. Hey, your neighbor just ran over your car. Oh no, you owe extra money on your tax returns. Oh man, that favorite food you had at the local shopping market, they stopped stocking it. It sounds like an opportunity to explore. Darling, your uncle passed away this weekend. Ah, but at least he was playing Rainbow Road. What a way to go. Alright, so Korra's at least going to try to intercept him on the far south side. Myriad is getting ready to try and pressure into the base there. It's starting to sound like a Monopoly chance card. Like, pretty much. There's nothing good in there. Because the mistake that people make with Monopoly chance card like areas is they assume there's a good outcome. But they forget the most important detail on the way. They're playing Monopoly. They already chose the bad outcome. The crappest board game ever made. The crappest popular board game. You know those people like, I don't understand how Call of Duty is so popular. There's like arguments against like, well, why it became popular. There's no argument as to why Monopoly became that popular. It doesn't deserve it. It never did. And I would die on this. Every home should have Settlers of Catan in it. That is the only way. So good to know. Sofa actually starting to just push away some of the scouts, kill them off. Army size is still pretty concerning here for Cole. He was thinking Javelin, just switched across into Archers, which makes sense considering how many Spearmen he just saw. Has money, thus is popular. Considering how many people, like, flame some of the richest people in the world, I don't think money necessarily guarantees popularity. I mean, like, if you watch Pretty Woman, you could make an argument that will make someone love you, but is it really love? How many rich people do you think watch Pretty Woman thinking that works and then just realized after spending tens of thousands of dollars on hookers it doesn't? And then each time they're like, maybe the next one. Oh, sorry, this got depressing again. Maybe the next one will love me. You know, I just didn't find my Pretty Woman yet. So Sofa blob building up. Myriad's army is fat, though. 18 archers, 16 spearmen already. I mean, you probably just go castle now. Especially with the speed you get veteran seas. It's kind of scary for people. Really good looking game for the Hungarian. Good positioning as well. Just kind of sticking himself on the edge of Core's base so he can't go raid with the Sofa. Why is Myriad 5 villages up? That would be the effect of the Imperial Academy. It's just attacks, man. There's like half a villager in it somewhere, so there was a little bit of TC out of time before Core. An upgraded build guide for Malians? Oh, it's easy. Just don't pick them. Then your opponent can actually enjoy the game again. Ram play now. Myriad not just happy and content with the idea of going castle. Looks to renew his aggression. I don't know, man. Like, would it not be better just to straight up tech? Maybe he's putting a lot of onus on the threat of Fulani. Going from all Rand to only Malians? You're a terrible human being. And, you know, it's clearly negatively impacted you. Like, you incorrectly paid out a prediction the other day. This is just proof that the playing too much Malians is costing you brain cells. Alright, fortified outposts. You wouldn't be able to tell, though. Yeah, Malian players lack the creativity to come up with a different design. When they fortify an outpost, it barely changes. So Rams will be able to deal with that. Dive underneath the TC now from Myriad. He's prepping for castle behind this. He just wants to trade out the army fully with his opponent. Archers will snipe out a few workers. However, that now does come at a cost. Yeah, because he wasn't sniping out the Donzos. It means the Sofa were getting a bit of a better trade there. We'll have a few spearmen left over to back up with the Sofa. Wait, with the pathing, they went around the Mansa. Betrays himself there, so Archers will be able to stay here. Myriad just needs to fix his gold and he'll be on his merry way towards Castle Age. Yeah, completely forgot to shift people into gold. I think he got raided by a small group of Sofa and shifted away. The Ram did not quite get the kill. However, that's -5 workers. Yeah, the villager going to go for the repair now. He's still on fire. He's got more villagers coming over. He's going to force another fight. Now 9 worker kills. I think Myriad's over the moon with this, in a really good position. Remember, the Fulani, it's like getting an extra injection of 20 workers with Ka around it. Well, congrats on that, considering you're now over 10 workers down. Myriad is milking this for what it's worth. He really needs to tech, though. Like, please. Imperial Palace is now on the way. He has shifted back out to gold. And he is going to be shifting across some workers from somewhere other than the gold vein. Yeah, okay, they're coming through here. You don't need many, remember. Imperial Palace gets built fast because China builds everything fast. Now, I'm not going to say it's going to be in good shape, but, you know, theoretically, those Timu products are built quickly. They just tend to break quickly. I guess the contradiction here is this Civ doesn't necessarily break quickly. I always love the way that, like, YouTube Live works, where, like, people tune in at a different point and then they have the live comments. So we're having a rabies conversation like 2 hours ago, and we get a response from YouTube on that one now. It's like, if you weren't here earlier, it just looks like the most random thing to suddenly pop up in the feed. Where did this come from? Has KP got rabies? What is the context? Is he finding treatment? He's still speaking, so that his throat hasn't closed up yet. Fulani Corral now coming through. 14 cows. So most of the way there and done. Myriad already going to be prepping the Lancers, and this is actually worrisome. Like, Core has got 0 Sofa as he goes Castle Age. So he doesn't really have map presence, let alone control here. Yeah, this kind of starts to give you a sinking feeling when you see the amount of knights queued up. Hey, he may have been flowing a lot of food, but he's rapidly fixing his economy. Good God. And they told you to be perfect on your macro. Yeah, but the problem being perfect on your macro, guys, you never get to that feeling of, like, queuing up 20 knights, you know? It should be a monastery drop now. Yeah, right here. So monastery just came up. He can supervise to get monks out really fast. Would make sense considering the way Core now has to play this map. He has full defensive alignment. Sofas are upgraded now, so archers will want to be a little bit careful of that. Interestingly enough, Myriad never tried to supervise the archer upgrade, but he doesn't really have many left. The Lancers is the key focus here. Making up almost half of Myriad's army at this stage. I'd be pretty impressed if Core was able to take control from here. It's not impossible. Fulani is a very potent injection of food into your eco at this point in the game. And the flip side is that China will eventually run out of food, but you know, still some time left on that, right? Even now moving for a Barbican play to the south corner. I love this. So good old Barbican with the deer remaining as well as the berries. There's a lot of value in this corner. Yeah, I'm hoping he's Barbicaning this. It just makes a lot of sense. No, he goes for an outpost. Huh. Lancer dive in, though. More worker kills. Wonder why he didn't want a Barbican. It would have fixed his macro currently, and it would have started to scale his eco lead. Also, just a much better defense than a mere outpost down here. Because you are going to be here for a while, right? Like, you've got 1,000 food on the deer, you've got almost 2.5k on the boar, and then you've got a healthy 1,500 on the berries. That's like almost 5k food resources to stay here. Lancers, clubbing in again. Donzo count low. And the Sofas aren't going to be able to hold on against this. It's 50 Lancers. I mean, this looks practically over. If Myriad just pushes to the backside of the base now, it's raid galore. And he should be. Lancers at this count, you don't need all of them on the main fight. Sofa's just trying to hold on. I think like the only way this can go bad for Myriad is if he focuses too much on the cow. Like in this situation, you strip away all the other eco, so he's left with only cow. Oh, look, apparently it's full Cowabunga mode. He's going to go straight for it. Okay. Huh. I guess the problem here is like you don't know exactly where the economy is. Like he has kind of looked for it on the pit mines. But Lancer body's starting to flop dead a bit. Remember, as long as the cow are up, the surface will keep coming out. So the reason I said go look elsewhere is you either deny food or you deny gold. Those are your two options. Villagers, I don't know what they were thinking. Ambitious ones. So for oh god, Myriad, just one night, man. Just one night, or like a spruanal placement, like anything. Okay. He keeps creeping repairs on the ranch. Okay, that's actually brilliant. I can't believe this. He's losing all 8. He finally realizes with 2 left over. He's gonna have to rally a knight down there to fix that. And also, Myriad's relic game is some questions. Let's just put it that way. He has not started pulling them back home yet. Just hyper fixated on the cow. The villagers. Oh, this time, pathing goes wrong. Seek shelter is cursed. Loses more. Nice, give me a burn of the second ranch. More cow to be slaughtered. Keeps fixating on keeping those sofa counts low. I just look at this and I always feel minds like this is so stupid. The fact that this is how you have to kind of address it, right? Like to get rid of that food, it just feels like so much effort sometimes. Especially in a heavy cav meta, because obviously heavy cav equal you have a third of the torch damage that you otherwise would. Right? So if you bought Spearman, that's 80 resources, does torch damage. A Lancer does the same amount of burn damage as a Spearman, but it costs 3 times. So archers, oh, they did get to the back now. Yeah, just a small handful of 4. We'll find the pit mine. So snipes them out as well. Lance count is getting lower and lower, though. I don't know. Myriad, this is a weird meat grinder. He is doubled up on worker count. And the cow count has been shrunk slightly. But remember, Myriad is also playing a lacking game when it comes to food. He didn't go Song, even though a Barbican play would have made a lot of sense and would have protected him from that sofa, by the way. But on top of that, the other problem by not going Song is not only are you not building more workers, not only do you not have protection on the south side that's actually valid, you don't have that kind of smooth transition moving towards a granary play now. Because you will still have to go for it at some point. So far. Just going to arrive in time to keep intercepting that ball. Myriad is looking for a counter-offensive here, though. A creep towards the gold and core. He doesn't know what he cannot see. Lancers get in. Workers with textiles, but that's not going to last long against heavy cav. Several more to be clubbed down. Core just can't catch a break. Eesh. Lucky to catch a cold at this rate. Everything is going wrong for him. You know, this is the thing, guys. When you play Malians, the game's never truly over. It's like being an HRE player with 5 relics. Oh, no. I'm down to 20 workers. There's ways. Yeah, Malians kind of became the silly civ for this now that Lancaster got nerfed, now that I think about it. Lancaster used to be that civ like, oh, no, I've only got 40 workers left. But I got manners. Get rid of that, and then you kind of... You get a new appreciation for how absurd the Malian Fulani economy can be. He made a monk 10 minutes ago, hasn't got a single relic. Hey, he just got it back. It took a while. You know what the best part is? Core probably thinks the relics are mostly gone. Like, Myriad was just diving his base for several minutes straight. Of course he must have picked up relics, right? I mean, you must have done. You're spamming Lancers. Where else are you getting the gold? Oh, God, Donzos. Where were they going? Cool. Is Sofa to mirror the Lancers? Like, the difference is Myriad needs to solve the food soon. He's burying up. This doesn't got song. I don't know, man. This is getting a little bit weird. Like, this is surely the time you go to for the mass farms, right? You go for song. And he's got Pumbaa, but that's not safe either. A Barbican at either end of this map, man. The things it would do. Instead, it's going to be -8 workers. Core, how is he not dead? He gets raided again. Several more workers flopping dead, so that keeps things in balance there. This is just getting clowny. Like, what? Almost the exact same count of worker kills on both sides now. Unbelievable. Lance is still better than the Sofas, so got to be careful of that. Core, remember, as long as he's got his valuable cow, he doesn't really care as much about workers. They still exist. If only these were a few crossbows from Myriad, it'd be a real threat to the Sofa. But he's so paranoid about the Donzo detail. I wonder if Core is suspicious that there should be a Barbican somewhere. Because you would kind of assume, like, we're getting to that stage where it feels necessary for the farms anyway. So maybe in Core's mind, he feels like he needs to play more urgently. Because, you know, uh-oh, there's going to be this blocker. He's going to have the scaling eco on me and a farm transition coming. So I need to do something. Hilariously, we can see neither of those things are true. Again. Myriad, we've been here before. We'll start pulling back just a bit, just trying to bait the Donzos in. Doesn't want to contest them with his Lancers. And spear count is not high anymore. Archers sniping it out. And now it's just Sofa versus Lancer with a sprinkling Archer assistance. Is he going to try to burn them again? Like, maybe if he just builds a ram, there's a clear way. Sofa do keep creeping in, but finding less value each time it would seem. No, actually, no. He got like 4 kills there, I think. 35 to 36 work kills. Now, Myriad does have relics to supplement. But remember, gold is not the problem that I'm looking at for Myriad. It's this. Food income is about to be a really big problem unless he risks it in the corners again. Guys, wait. 100 watch streak? Yeah, that guy's got a problem. Okay, and we finally have a Barbican. 25 villagers? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Like, 0-3 is just outdoing you all. Like, you guys, like, oh, I support I support KP in his content creation. How many of you got 100 watch streak? Why don't they use Chugnu? Why would you here? Chugnu just slow you down and you're playing Lancers. You want to be faster, not slower. And you're going to be against imported armors so far. It's just better to have archers, then you at least register a little bit of damage. So Barbican, it's going to be 3 in the end. That's more humbling than 25. 25 was a bit overkill. Really, you need those 25 on wood. And, yeah, it was those guys. Okay, so chill pill moment. Myriad still needs that farm transition. The eco lead doesn't look that big anymore, guys. It's 14. A reminder that he was 30 workers ahead a few minutes ago. And we still have to see a farm transition out of Myriad. Core doesn't need to do that. I actually think Myriad might be in trouble here. He's adding in spears as well, so he's feeling it. He can't afford lancers anymore. He's sick. Like, the simplest thing I say about this is they nerf Lancaster's passive income, but this Civ still exists. I mean, Myriad needs to strike it, right? Like, but even then, the damage needed. With the walls coming up, Core is just making it harder and harder for Myriad to find that strike point. Farm transition has just begun. Early days, though. And the Sofa are finding more workers. That's now Core with more worker kills than Myriad. It's still 0 food income. Oh my god. I know, man. We say this in cast, like, if there's a Civ, this is the one, right? This has become the new Lancaster. I mean, they were the old Lancaster for this. It's so silly. I mean, in hindsight, I think Myriad's going to understand. He spent way too much time underneath that TC trying to burn ranches after he built the lead. There's probably better ways to go about it, just raiding or maybe adding in rams. Definitely made his life a lot harder there. Core just showing you the full power of the Malians. When that castle hits, they don't quit. Well, now with the push in. Myriad. He played out to the poor again, and once again a Sofa just arrives to ruin his day. More rallying up. That's going to be another -5. You can afford some losses now with the Song Dynasty effect. Also, Core hasn't been adding in more cow, right? He's still just at 13. That's the other crazy thing. Is like, this isn't even 20 cow, guys. This is this is 2/3 Fulani. And it's still good enough. I'm just gonna say it. They need to nerf passive income again. What? We're at only 1 farm cluster. It's not really delivering the economy you need. Second set of granaries coming in. I mean, like, yeah, there's an element of Myriad being too aggressive. Yes, I get that. But, like, the fact that even after that aggression, the raw worker count difference, Core was able to come back like this is crazy. $43 so far. What do you do to stop this? Maybe if you had a tier 4 landmark, maybe, but we're nowhere near that. Sofa creeping in the back. Lancers get buffered away by the spear Sofa defense. He's everywhere. Everywhere and anywhere he needs to be. A full reset to equal worker count now. Difference in food. Still a double up for cool. He can still make it better. It's like he just completely forgot about cow. He could actually afford them as well. He's got the wood and the gold for ranches and cow. He just isn't building them at all. Myriad now being put in a position where he needs to think about defending from two sides. Good news is you know exactly where your opponent is going. Bad news is you really need him to not idle you up here. Break the walls. Arch is now littered in by core. He's just assuming it must be mass spears to defend against him. It's actually not. It's only 9 spearmen. Not a good thing for Myriad though that it's only 9 spearmen. Crossbows trying to be a threat, but not many of them either. Has he remembered the cow? He still has. Alright. Ones if you think core will not build any more cow this game. Twos if you think he'll go to 20. This is starting to feel like a maximum 13 cow game. Like, he's just so hyper fixated on bulk and go. He's not even thinking about how he could bulk more. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Down the line, that bulks more, but in the meantime, slows me down. I still got 50 population to go. Dives in for the clash. Myriad, not really able to break away from this. Has to stand his ground, but the choke points are going to be nice for him. Maybe not nice enough, though. Donzo's following this up as well. Remember, decent amount of archers on the way from Cool. Myriad, he's just breaking. No hold left in him. I can't believe this. Myriad looked done and dusted. An easy game number 1 for him, but it unravels into a tilting classic infinite Fulani display. And Core didn't even need the full 20 to achieve it. What a sieve. I think that one just gets scored. They need to nerf passive income. Myriad got complacent and lost? No, he just overcommitted. But like, even like I said, even the overcommitment factor, like it's just the fact that you have 30 eco lead, right? I mean, it's props to Core in the way he came back in, but like it's crazy that like any other civ would just be dead at that point. They just wouldn't have the income to compete. Not against China, but Malians, like jazz hands, very different civ. Oh, whoops! I just went on the Myriad New Medan series by accident. Whoopsie. Oops. Isn't it cool that civs are different and not the same? It's fine that civs are different. I like that civs are different. But if you're telling me the idea of how Malians is different is a good different, I don't think I agree. Happy camping underneath your TC with infinite food. Even like English have more of a risk building their farms. Their villagers have to go out and work those farms. Their villagers have to then also spread out more. It's condensed safe economy. Like Malians is like, now that land cost has been nerfed, like Malians is the biggest culprit of this. No, I'm not disagreeing that like Myriad's strat was not the way to go. Like he should have rammed or he should have targeted something else. But like you're trying to what like. You're trying to whataboutism of like, oh no, but yeah, like there's no. It's like you can acknowledge this thing, but also agree that this thing's ridiculous, right? That's my point. If you tell your opponent gets all the map resources, But you get enough map resources, like you get enough resources infinitely in your corner as well. Like I think there's a fair point to be had here with like how much Marlians just gets picked. There's definitely something there. They're very easy to shut down. If they're so easy to shut down, then why are they such a priority pick as well, though? I don't know if I entirely agree with that. Like maybe once upon a time, but with the sofa strats, it's very different now. Pros are used to it? What? Everyone's used to English. That doesn't win or doesn't even get priority picked. It's not comfort. I don't think that's the fair argument. Like, there's enough players that like have English still as the most played, or like, you know, French, and it hasn't been as popular recently until like the last few weeks, or like Mongols, right? But I don't think it's comfort. Malians are just really, really good. Like, I think they've done the right thing enabling Sofa because it means Malians play the game now. But there's still a very valid argument that the safety of the food eco is a problem. Like, Fulani should technically be refought, and then Farimba should be refought. Because Farimba sucks, and Fulani is just really, 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 really good. You know? Let's get ready for game 2. They got the cow nerf? Yeah, like, was it 5 food per cow or something? It was really low, right? I won in Diamond with Farimba. Oh, damn. Okay, you got me. I've been disarmed. I can't argue with this. The Farimba rushes are taking over the Diamond ranks. The golds, the bronzes, they're all weeping. We're doomed. It's just a matter of a moment before they rise up into conk ranks. And Javeliniers are back on the menu. Om nom 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 nom. Right, so Borderland, now we go Frisian. Ottoman versus Dented. Need to update the stream title, do we? I mean, I could. Technically, that stream title is absolutely fine, actually. It says Beasty versus Wam, third place into new week. So, like, we've... I mean, I'll update it, but literally, like, basically the logic could very easily be... It's not Beasty Wam. We must be in the new week. Like, once again, I'm not arguing that Myriad's strategy to win wasn't the right way, but it is also still pretty crazy. Like, you can be 30 villages down with that Civ at 30 villages versus 60 and still win. That part, I don't, like, would you really argue that part? One of those tournaments where a gold noob like me could play. I mean, technically, if there's not enough signups on a week, you could play in the KPMMs. There you go. All right, here we go. Oh, what epic music. It's time. We knew we were going to get to this point. Core loves his German nations. It is time to see the Dragon Boys in action for game number 2. If it wasn't going to be HRE, it was going to be the Dented. Let's see if Core can put a permanent dent in Myriad's head and 2-0 him out in this best of 3. Welcome back, folks. Game number 2. Order the Dragon now on Frigid Marshes. Pretty comfortable pick here, and one that Core knows inside out like the back of his bloody hand. He loves this Civ. It's kind of become, I think, recently he's more played even over HRE. Myriad, on the other hand, an overall very powerful Civ. The Ottomans, good on hybrid maps like Frisian Marshes, and also really good for this tempo meta where there's a lot of pressure around Feudal and a lot of focus on light cav. Gore's one of the few people who thinks OOTD is decent. Yeah, he's a big believer. He plays the crap out of it. He also plays a very different approach, I'd say, to like the Canadians. The Canadians are the other ones that come to mind. The Canadians put their very unique stamp on it with the 2 TC strats, right? Whereas Core, I think he balances the strats a bit more. It's not just about a linear idea of like, I'm always looking for 2 town center. Man, the controversy I sparked with a discussion on Marlians, it does make me wonder how, like... Of all the civs for the controversy, have I got like a lot of Marlian viewers, I wonder? What's the pick rate like for that Civ compared to some of the others, actually? Let's be moderate and let's check Diamond, for example. And see how many games have been played of each. 3,711. They're not actually that high up on the picks. Actually, they're reasonably up there. Like mid of package. And then Conk level, Mali. Once again, like mid of pack, maybe? But still one of the most successful civs. Yeah, at most ranks, actually. Holy crap. Order the Dragon, though. When you go low on the rankings, OOTD's days look better and better. Yeah, Order the Dragon is like an interesting civ. At low ranks, people really struggle with it because it's still about the old classic cheesy men-at-arm strats. Same reason why actually the Macedonians are doing so well at low tiers. When you go to low rankings, the Macedonian Varangian cheese is like the most confusing and overwhelming thing for a new player. So Stone coming through. It is going to be a 2TC strat, by the way. I like this. You know your opponent's going to be playing his eco with the fishing. So he's just going to play safe in the corner. Golden Horde is #1 in bronze. Wait, really? No, they're #2. Knights Templar's #1. It's close, though. Golden Horde. I reckon what's happening there is in bronze, people just aren't ending the game. So even though it's nerfed, the Stone build and the Stone armies is still really OP. Because if you think about a bronze average game experience, you're like 30 workers or 40 workers and going Imperial. But the thing that you're doing is building loads of Uvus. So if you're building loads of Uvus and getting loads of stone, and then you get loads of army from your golden 10, you still kill your opponent, right? It does make sense, actually. It's just that you have to remember the very big difference between like low ranking games and high. One of the most obvious differences is the amount of workers you build. It's like the #1 difference that comes to mind. And then the second thing you add in is how long is the game going. And when you add those two details together, yeah, I could see like Golden Horde and why it is top ranking. Like it's second in bronze, silver, and gold. It's not until you hit plat that it starts to fall down a bit. Also, actually, it's even faster than that now that I think about it. Like Golden Horde will do really well at low ranks because their units are tanky, same as Order of the Dragon. People misassess how much they need to deal with those things. Like, Tortugud are really tanky. Just like with Order of the Dragon, how many times do you see like a low-ranking person against a Guild of Men-at-Arms try and contest it with like 3 spearmen and just die? That's the way you have to like envision the game. And then it starts to make a lot more sense. Like, that's the difficulty with balancing asymmetrical games, is like from a unique unit perspective, people's understanding of units. Like, Order of the Dragon was envisioned to be this good beginner civ for people to understand the game easier. But I'd argue it had the opposite effect, and it actually is much harder for new players to understand the game because of Order of the Dragon. Because the units, like, you see one unit, you're like, oh, it's just 1 men-at-arms, but it's 2. I know more suckers are watching on YouTube than Twitch. Sounds like all the YouTubers need to open a Twitch tab as well. What the hell? Yeah, sadly, to this day, like, YouTube has decided to not make concurrent viewer count show in any stat tracker for YouTube Live. So it's very hard to actually get people to invest in your live streams based on that. Don't ask me why. I don't know. Whereas Twitch, like if you're a live streamer, you can easily get sponsorships reach out to you there because they can see the numbers on Solid Gnome. Maybe in 2026 they'll finally... Nah, they don't. Maybe in 2030 they'll finally fix it. So, extra docks coming in. Myriad is just spamming up the wazoo, as expected here. We have got a Gilded Horseman on the way, which makes sense. You want to add in just a few of these to keep pressure focused on the enemy side of the map. And this is one of those situations where Sipahi isn't necessarily as comfortable because Gilded Horseman hit so hard. YouTube isn't showing accurate viewing counts? It's not that. It's so the way you have to think about it is YouTube still thinks of their entire platform like YouTube. What I mean by that is they've tried to challenge Twitch. The way that Twitch tracks engagement for sponsorships and success is something called concurrent viewership. So CCV, or ACCV for average concurrent viewership, or max viewers. That's the way people think about it. Like, what was your peak? We don't ever talk about, like, this Twitch stream got 5,000 views. We say, oh, it had 400 people watching at any given time. YouTube's mentality is completely the opposite way. So the way that they track YouTube live stats is from the other end of the spectrum. Is like, this live stream got 7,000 views. Now, for a sponsor, 7,000 views on YouTube is actually really bad. A little bit of insight, guys. Like most gaming integrations, you can probably look somewhere between the $10 to $25 range per 1,000 views. So, like, in their mind, that's like a lot of brands won't even bother at that point because it's like not worth the squeeze. It's actually, in my opinion, pretty delusional. There's reasons it can be. But for like Twitch or whatever, if you're 500 CCV, which can still end up being like 7,000 like overall views at the end of the stream, that's really impressive. That puts you in like the top 0.01%. So what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Myriad, no. He brought the imams out. All right, I think Cora's got this, guys. That is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? He gets the double kill on the imams with no effort, and he killed the worker. So Myriad pulled the two to achieve a success of that worker surviving. It completely backfired. He did not respect the 15 dam. And god damn that placement. Look at it. Yeah, good eyeballs from Faplop. Poor. He jammed it all the way in the corner. Myriad had no clue. Until it was too late. This is another. Oh, wow. And Myriad, like, the goal was fast castle into relic pull. Good luck. Core now teching first. Holy crap. What a sick game out of him. Is Mali easy for new players? I don't want to play with England. I think Mali, at this point, like, just follow a build order and it's relatively straightforward. This Gilded Horseman, the MVP, man. He sniped the whole advantage into relics, 2 workers, make it a 3rd. He's still alive. He's going to go for a 4th. Actually might get it. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't help. Yeah, the fortune a little bit late. Just about. It looked like he was too late there, so he'll negate the damage to 3 workers, but still, this is pretty damning. Every time he dove this gold, it slowed down Mira's timing a bit. He's going to be blowing more Sipahi, but, I mean, now options open up. Cool, he could just go for a very expensive Gilded Knight. Does need to fix his food fast first for that, as he did prioritize the gold pretty heavily. Marlon's about to learn. Yeah, like, if you're a brand new player, I'd agree. Like, brand new player, just, like, do French or English or something to start with. French might, in some ways, be better? I don't know, like, French and English both have elements of what Malians do. With the way that they, like, safely set up their food at home with English or with French, because now Malians play a lot of Sofa, so, like, getting good with those is a good idea. Play all the Dragon as a beginner? Yeah, and learn the game the completely wrong way. My men at arms can take on 4 units. Wait a second. This is right. Still think Japan is a pretty nice one. Japan looks confusing, but they're not really. They're fairly straightforward to get, I'd say, for most people. The monastery is now coming in. Core has got that first Gilded Knight. Spearman is going to be the one rushing across on his own, though. Just straight after the meta. For good reason. Look at the damage. Only 4 hits needed. Dive in. Sees him building into the monastery. So hard to get kills. We'll activate the Fortitude to do so. I wonder if it would have been worth Core just getting the textiles, actually. But it's only been 1 worker loss so far, and the TC fire really does start to add up there. Especially when you remember Myriad has not prioritized veterancy here, even though he's adding in more Sipahi. Yeah, I mean, it's passively produced, I think. Yeah, but it's still. Either toggle or upgrade. Mali without javelins is not great in some situations. I think those situations are quite rare, though. Because, so a little bit of insight in the Malian logic. The idea is that if I'm going Sofa, you're going Spearman, and then I'm going Archer. That creates a 2-unit comp, and in most situations, that's healthy enough. Not every situation, most. I think, like, it used to be a bit more complicated with the way you had to micro Javelin Donzo, but the new Sofa Archer meta kind of made it easier. It's like easier in some ways, harder in like, oh, you've got to be careful spears in the sofa. But yeah, the micro element I think isn't as difficult if you are somewhat used to understanding how cavalry can't always 8-click. Again, this is like the end of the day, this whole which civ is good to learn with is somewhat subjective. There are clear examples of civs that are bad to learn with. There are other ones like people just won't click with because actually it's not that complicated, but there's something that gives complete disinterest. Like apparently some people feel like a Bastards is quite easy to learn, but I would never want to learn the game with Bastards because the idea of just building 15 TCs is boring. So I just click off, right? And like that type of player that likes playing like that wouldn't like playing French, whereas I would like to learn a game with a civ like French. So Myriad has got a bigger army for now. The eco is becoming a problem. And also the size of his army isn't that much bigger. 16 of that count are fishing boats. That's my... oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. I should be going 15 TCs. Actually, that's a lie. I should be going 30 TCs. That's how I win with them. That was a heavy commitment for a crossbow. Wait. What? That was some raw crossbow hate. All right. Those are not meant to be easy to kill. That is the horse that ate the other horse in the stables. That was not a good trade for him. A little bit better here with the second Gilded Knight going into the base. Yeah, now achieving some idle time. Some big idle time at that. Myriad has no gold gathering going on. Crossbow should be able to eventually scare him away. Instead, he's like, I will finish that crossbowman. What? And does get... these are really bad trades, man. That's 2 knights down. I mean, that one wasn't as bad. The first one was really bad. But the thing is, like, Core's economy is in a really good position that he just kind of doesn't care. He's armed up. He's got plenty of farms. He's heavily ahead. Right? Like, Myriad, he's got 38 workers on land and then the 16 fishing. But these are gilded villages and the count's at 62. When the adverts I started talking, oh my god, guys, tell him the secret strat. He's even got a prime icon. He has a solution. Gotta get those subs in, guys. And yes, Core's killed 10 villagers. Remember, a lot of it was that early Sipahi. The Sipahi alone, that horseman, that first horseman killed 2 imams and 3 villagers. Insane value. Now the relic game is kind of weird. We're not even seeing Myriad play for them now. Okay, actually, no, sorry, he has here. He's got 1 relic now coming home. He's guarding the second and center. Core is corner camping. If it's... I've seen him in the FFAs. I've been in those FFAs. He's going full melee blob, by the way. Or the Dragon micro is non-existent. I would disagree with that. Core's micro is, I want to kill that unit and then clicks. Very good here. He did get the... And in fairness to in Core's defense, the Knights did get their kill. Okay, so we've got to switch to spring walls. I like this. Core kind of needs something to deal with that. I mean, the Horseman in theory can, right? But, like, reaching is sometimes easier said than done. I will say that the scary part for Myriad is no spearmen at all. Going Janissaries seems like a good solution, but it's not a fast, rapid Janissary build. It's the Vizier point plan. So it takes a long time to get those bad boys out. Nice intercept on the wall attempt. You see what I mean? 1.5 minutes per Janissary. So you get 4 Janissaries every 1.5 minutes. Think about the ramifications of eco here. Or the dragon with 2,000 food income, like, they can just flood horsemen to kill that. And he even finds the siege. It just looks so trivial for Core because the problem for Myriad is he's having to station his army for an all-in approach, but then he needs more troops, but he can't get them. So he's just kind of gradually losing the game by the fact that reinforcements are always getting cut. Because these gilded horsemen are ridiculously fat. Gilded Spears now, and oh, he gets the brace! Spears hanging around a little bit too long there. Springles, wait, no, not the one horseman. Like, please kill him. Come on, no. What's that? One horseman kills the mango. The Sipahi didn't feel safe going back in. Okay, this is falling apart. He has still got the Springles. How does Core keep getting away with these type of clicks, man? I mean, earlier the Gilded Knights, it didn't work, but apparently every time he micros Horsemen, it's 10 times better than Knights. I don't know how, but yeah, Gilded Knights are his Kryptonite, and Horsemen are his Superman. That's the easy way to think about this. Horsemen even find the workers. Is that just like the name of the video? Horsemen are better than Knights when you micro like this. It's either an insult or a compliment. You're just not sure which. They find another one. And they find the attempt to pick up the relic. This is so ridiculous. 2,000 food income consistently. And Myriad stuck at half that number. And we now have Gilded Crossbows following up as well. Can I coach you? Sure. You just need to win more games. There you go. Oh my god. And the horseman. Ooh. He snipes down, what, 4 more? The Sipahi don't really mirror up well, either. You know, if this was a standard horseman, sure, but it's 2 horsemen in 1. Wallow, he actually goes in for it. You psychopath, get out of there! What? Alright, he's done it. Myriad has his own horseman. He's gonna win this now. Well, is he? I don't think he's got a good shot here, guys. Horseman. Oh, God. No. He left them unguarded. I mean, there's Gilded Spears here. You counter them with 2 units, and yet this still feels like a really bad fight. The Horsemen are just completely uncontested now. Core making his My Little Pony fantasies come true. Santa argued that maybe this was a one-dimensional Christmas list because all Core wrote down the entire piece of paper was spears, and spears on ponies. That seems to be all he needs. I don't think the Gilded Crossbows are even going to get to fight. Okay, no, they killed a villager. Very manly of them. That is going to be a swift end to Myriad's journey in this week's Midweek Muster. There's no coming back from this. Oh, wait, no, guys. He's got a great bombard against Horsemen. But that one, we killed that Horseman. The villager. I don't like that you're calling that a villager gap. Okay, like a gap suggests something you'd hop over. This is like trying to jump from like one skyscraper to another. Neo might be able to do it. I'm gonna like ask you to dig deep and ask yourself the question: are you Neo? I don't think Myriad is quite Neo this week. Core needs more production buildings? Nah. He's fine. He's got Burgrave. He's got what? Triple stables? Double archery. He wants Imperial. It's Elsbach time, right? And then you get the epic fight. Great Bombard versus Elsbach. Alright, hear me out. If he goes for the tech that we never see anymore, he gets the Siege Cruise. He can't get it though, right? If he got Siege Cruise, he can. It's just going to be a long way away. He needs to get a lot of XP. If he gets Siege Cruise, with the attack speed from the meta, he's got this. Great Bombard all the way. Sass coaching, or did he do the on DC for coaching to mock Core? I think he does coach. The problem is, like, this is their form of advertising. But the thing... Okay. That's a 2-0 victory. Yep, Core definitely won that game. And we can now definitely confirm that horsemen are better than knights when you micro like that. Whew. But yeah, okay, final thought I was going to say. So the whole, like, saying that you coach at the end of your name, I get the idea, but similar to people who would be like, their name is twitch.tv/killerpigeon, it seems like you're going to get viewers in theory. But what just happened is you've just kicked someone's ass and they're probably mad at you. So they're probably not going to want to talk to you about coaching or check out your stream. The alternative is you just lost to them and they definitely don't want to get coaching from you. So it's like, I don't know. I'd be curious to know how much it helps them on that. But yeah, cool. Looking solid, man. A 2-0 victory and shows you why Order the Dragon is one of his specialities. Let me just type that one in. Is horsemen are better than knights when you micro like this? He did it mainly for Outback Octagon 4? Oh, yeah, that would make sense then. Like, it makes sense when he's in tournaments like this, but like, if you're just on the ladder, then I would say, like, just having, like, you know, like Twitch.tv or whatever, the advertisement, it doesn't... I'd be surprised if it works that much. Usually, like, when you think that works, it's like the person comes in and says GG and leaves is, like, the best case scenario. Because remember, I was a Twitch streamer for years before I came to AU4. I've been through that. You think it's going to help. Maybe in team games. It's not too bad in team games, because, like, if you're a funny teammate, like, they're like, oh, you're very funny. I come watch. I like you. I hang around. They teach you Russian. You get along. It's a good time. It's a good vibe. Okay, so mark that up. 2-0 for cool. All right, so what else we got? Other than epic Yoshi music, of course. It's catchy. Should we do Scatbrain GIF? You guys want Scatbrain GIF, Beast, Starflock, or Nubadan Corvinus? Choices. Why? Why not? This is an epic song. Why this music? You sound like someone who's like been deeply scarred by Yoshi and Mario games in your life. Like you can't get past the first level. You're like, no! My biggest weakness from my childhood! Mario 1-1! I just can't get over that hole! Why do they want you to jump and move right at the same time? It's too complicated. This game asks too much. All right, let's go. Let's go with... Let's do a B versus Starflock to round us out, I guess. I'm fiddy. And we'll probably do the other one tomorrow. We'll do the B Starflock now. Do I have epic news from Microsoft games? I mean, maybe somewhere in there. I'm not biased. Look, this is Ubisoft stuff. Ready? What's that? And this is Sonic stuff? We're all over the place. Alright, so... Game numero 1. Against Starflock. Oh, I need to get the draft, don't I? Let me get that bad boy in there for you. Yeehaw. Don't know why yeehaw. Yeehaw. We're not sure, just do it again. That's definitely how you spell Starflock. 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 Okay, so Ivids of Somalians on board line. You like Mario, but love Sonic. The only problem with Sonic, though, is Sonic fans. I mean, yeah, if you could go like the fanfic, just don't go in the fanfic. Like, crazy idea. Just stay away from the fanfic section. You're good to go. It's one of your favorites when he enters the ring. It's B, but a sight we always see, Marley, someone has to take this man down to stop this African Sith from taking over the world, because B is taking over every draft with them. Is he going to make it a blitz through all the way towards the grand finals again? Or maybe, just a maybe, one of America's finest can stop him. Starflock in the blue, playing as the Ibeards, is looking to put a dampener on the mood in game number 1 of the midweek muster. Let's get to it. That's right, left side of the map, Borderlands going to be the name of the game. A map popular for pro scouts, but 2 civs that don't really care for it. Something that B does care for is Sofa, but maybe, just maybe, the Ibeards have exactly what you need to stop him from doing exactly that. It'll be interesting to see what he tries to do here, actually. Like, in theory, you can't really build camels against against Malians. Because if you build Desert Raiders, then Javelins destroy you. So it's like, there is actually a world in which you do Sofa Javs here. Sounds really weird, and technically Ibeards could go Spearman, but does Ibeards ever really like going Spears? You know, surveys say no. In theory, later on in the game, Ibeard Spears are actually underrated, but like early on, it can feel a bit weird. So, Tech Up's going to be coming in pretty swiftly. I'm expecting it to be Dervish Wing. Most of the time it is. I secretly refer to KP as Big Daddy to my wife when we watch his YouTube videos together. Don't tell him. Yeah, but like, be real. The more important one is, does your wife call me daddy? I can't. No. See, this is the problem. Like, I amplify this behavior. I'm the problem. It's time to take accountability. So, B... Probably looking at that ranch opening he likes to do at the start of Fuel Age. Man's the obvious player here. Just looking at the map as well. Oh, B didn't get a corner spawn gold. That's pretty scary. Yeah, because, like, if you get pressured on the front, you don't have reserves. And Loggy Wing does offer a way, but like we said, you can't really Desert Raider this. If I see Starflock opening Desert Raiders, I'll be a little bit surprised. Because seriously, guys, the thing you have to remember is that Desert Raiders have good melee armor, but suck against ranged, even more so against units that have bonus against ranged tags, i.e. Javelins. It's also weird even against Donzos, because Donzos, their range shot is bonus against Cav, but it's range-based damage. So once again, your melee armor is useless there. I like how you were like Starflock, by the way, and you gave him a Spanish flag. Didn't have a Chilean flag waiting around her. You call yourself a fan. You don't have a Chilean flag, and you say you're a fan. That's ridiculous. Like, what's next? You're gonna say you're a GIF music fan, but you don't have an Isle of Man flag? What kind of commitment is that? No, what? No, let's not make it a thing calling me Big Daddy. Why? Why is that becoming a thing? My favorite Civ, though? Oh, if I was to go on ladder right now, I think the Civ I'd have the most fun with is Macedonians. I'd feel dirty doing it. You know, it's like Macedonians, because the thing is, like, Macedonians are just hardcore pressure. They can't really do anything else. Isn't Donzo Javelins a free win? It should feel pretty good here. Because you won the Donzos eventually against the Camel Lancers. Javelins stop Desert Raiders. It's nice if you can slip in a few Sofa just to raid. Arguably not mandatory against Ibeards, but like this is going to be a fast castle IU. So the idea of like building a desert, like building Sofa to be annoying, you want it to feel good, but the concern here is like, how do you do any damage when we've seen French Knight raids fail on gold? You guys seen that recently? Like, you just get Ibeards like this. You put one Dervish here, one Dervish here. Even if French Knight can't kill workers. Not exaggerating that, by the way. Go try it. You are even so unpressured that you can all chat type ha 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 at them. Seriously, go try it right now. Okay, so Donzo, and there is the archer range. So it's going to be the spear jabs. Stuff like, I'm assuming industry, especially considering that he has not left the berries, so growth potential seems illogical. And also, we wouldn't reinforcement win because we like winning games. Man, if you know what we need Recon to be back in AoE4. We need to see the Master Smiths. Why is that guy not playing AoE4 again? He came back briefly, and he was actually obsessed with it. It was really refreshing to watch. Blacksmiths as well. So B's going to get very aggressive here. Yeah, I thought he'd just try and be Myriad greedy, but like, how do you? You don't even have a ranch up. What's the best civ on this matchup? Iobid's is pretty nice, actually. Because of the timing around Manjaniques, but obviously you don't get that straight away. Like, I'd say right now, I like Iobid's a bit more, especially with the industry wing build. But skill execution still matters, and if you argue that, like, Starflock, talented player for sure, but I think even he'd tip the hat and say, like, B definitely is the more skilled player based on results we've seen. How do you react to this? Horseman Archers won't help. Against this, like, in an ideal world, you just hunker down and probably you could try and add a few Gulums in. The annoyance of going Gulums is your opponent can go Musafadi, right? But, like, then you've forced him into Musafadi. So, like, Gulam Archers is kind of cool. Not very well, or frequently done, rather, comp, though. I don't remember the last time I saw Gulam Archer. We see Gulams to open up age for Ibid sometimes now, but rarely is it just about Archer Gulam. It's more like I have to build Gulam to then get what I want, which is Lancers. Ram being built up in his face. B is wasting no time to this. Okay, guys. This is 0 cow. Ram Rush Marlians. Nobody predicted that at the start. And he gets the Dervish. What? Starflock being greedy, hanging on the gold way too long. Unbelievable. So B will just get the Ram. I mean, the cool thing about this is, you know, your opponent's got an Eco Wing, and you know it. So what do you do with the Ram? You'd probably just start destroying the buildings he builds. Still the arrow falling up now. He's already wrapping around the back towards the berries. I mean, Starflock, he's got 17 sheep. Technically, he should be fine. You have the first ranch added in by B. He's creeping around that back. He knows. He's already got scout in position. Starflock, is it going to be Gulams? It is. There you go. Triple racks is the Gulam strat. And the problem is B sees it straight away. And immediately clean. Oh, he's just keeping Musafadi already. You know, if you can do it unknown, like there's an idea here. But against Marlian specifically, like they are the Civ that has the feudal answer to Gulams. And if they have the time, they can build up the numbers. And love this. Just go straight off the house. This is surgical right now from B. He hasn't made one single error. And, you know, that sounds easy to say less than 10 minutes into a game, but against Iobid's Fast Castle, the way he's played this, like, this is a very unusual approach for Mali. He's going to start moving in towards the house again. Wants to be fast about this before the first Gulams spring out. He can even wrap round to the tree line just to deny full wood access. Because Starflock, remember, he already spent all that wood on the infrastructure. We're just going to keep preparing, though. Ram will die pretty quick to the Gulams. I don't know. I wonder if he could have been a bit more aggressive. Oh, 20 HP. Does not get the kill. But gets the Relic Denial. Second one won't be coming in. Party are also starting to arrive. Have to be careful the Gulams being outnumbered. Also, no Dervish means no heal. And you see what I mean about Gulams getting counted. Musafadi do 18 damage to these guys. It is actually wild just how well Musafadi, an armored unit, performs against Gulam. Like, sure, you know, they do 18 damage, but you'd think the 15 plus 10 would be just as good. The problem is, yeah, you're more tanky. Yeah, you have more damage when you look at the map there. But you're so much more expensive. 150 compared to 75. You'll always get doubled up by Lucifer. Gonna charge in again. Lucifer were at the front side of that, though. You know, B can actually just win this by going castle now, right? Like, there's actually a crazy strat. I don't know if he's going to do it, but if he goes castle, the most underrated landmark choice in Farimba could just win you the game. Musafadi. The Mansa Musafadi tech gives you an extreme amount of melee armor. He's like 4 or 5 against a unit that hates melee armor and gets countered by Musafadi. Like, this is actually lining up to be the perfect Farimba game. Especially considering that B only has 1 cow. Had 1 cow. Another clash coming through. Asterisk as if we get that deep, by the way. The Javelin's just targeting down the heavily injured targets here to make sure there's no healing off the back. More Musafadi on the way, and he is starting to flop dead, man. Switching to archers on the way, as you quite rightly should. The problem here is B just has so many javelins already. He's doubling down on feudal. I mean, this is a classic beat right now. You know, I talked about this as if we were going to see him switch into castle, but B doesn't like doing that. When you tech first, he does this every single time. And unlike most players, he's not looking for a valid reason to go to castle age. He's looking for a valid way to end the game in feudal. Ram coming in to allow for that. Mosque with a free relic's about to be denied. Yeah, it's got the 1 dervish to try and pick a relic up and maybe buy some time for Warlord, but there's a lot of javelins here. And a few donzos too with the hold spears. He sets it on fire, baits the village to come out. Active gold gathering underway. Food looking good for the moment. See? Start trading out, dealing the archer to the back. Warlord's going to be there. We'll force him back temporarily. Ram is exposed. The Musafani need to defend it. Ghoulam's retreat back into that choke point. Jav just getting rid of those archers with ease. The Ram is in on the mosque. Another Warlord to be there. But the Musafadi are a swift infantry unit, able to break away. Ram's still alive. B is suffocating him here. Villager repair crew. Another relic to be picked up, but this time the dervish is starting to get sniped. He's going to use this for the healing. Yeah, so just holding relic to rejuvenate. That's not going to work for long, though. Javelins get rid of that. The villagers may actually have to get shivs out of this rate against Musafadi, which isn't the worst idea, actually. It would probably save him, because Musafadi are low base damage. Ghoulam line has Finn down to just 7. Relics scattered on the ground. I mean, his goal here was to put the relics on the ground, guys. He's temporarily achieved that already. Only 1 relic generating gold. Repair crew getting contested by the burn. New Ram coming up quickly here. He's not going castle. Starflock has to be almost out of food. He's got no sheep left. He's only got these berries and then he's dead. He just has no map access. Like, if you got these berries even this risky. Would Mass Spear be good here? Against Jav Musafadi, it gives you a front line. Then you can focus on, like, maybe archers, maybe, like, a Manjanique or 2. The problem, though, is you could argue you're going to run out of food even quicker. There you go. Scuds the gold. B now just going to circle south side for the active gold gathering. And the other thing, the berries. Like, there's only 1 food option for Starflock, and it's to go all the way wide to the far north, which is also a bit of a gamble. He doesn't have any vision out there. 50 army. 31 Musafadi. When was the last time you really saw this? In feudal age as well. Sick read. Starflock, just such a small count of archers, and he just put another mosque. Gee, I wonder what's going to happen to this religious building. Well, not too quickly, mind you. I mean, we could just try to kill the workers instead. Pretty much all the economy that matters is on one screen here. Goes to the burn. Final relic being garrisoned in the new mosque. The ram is slowly making its way around the base. Javelin's just going to stand there and contest up against the archers. You can't heal them, remember. Can't heal what's dead. So much. Whoa. He's just going to snipe them. He's got enough DPS now. He doesn't really have to care. We'll have to back away on the secondary. But that feels like Starflock's last bullet in the chamber. And it's another dud. Mass Feudal Musafadi. Oh, this takes you back. Absolute clobbering time as Starflock has nowhere left to run. A handful of ghoulims in a prayer. And no divine intervention to answer it. Holy crap. That was kind of crazy. Yeah, I did not hop into a Marlin game expecting that. What? All right. So let's mark that one up. Game number 2. We're going to Dry Arabia. It's going to be French versus Byzantines. Mine's kind of wild to tech against. Yeah, and like in theory though, it sets you up to what you're really looking for against that Civ. It's just like, I don't know, it's such a weird one. You can't really tempo them either in Feudal. Because, like, your only real advantage there is dervishes, and dervishes aren't good. I mean, you could try and lean the healing, but... Anyway. Here we go. Into game 2 we go. B has already shown a propensity for using feudal civs to hang around and beat castle civs. Really? Gets one of the best civs at playing a long feudal, and Starflock is stuck with a defensive civ that's usually expected to go castle. Are we about to just see a rinse and repeat at game number 1? Let's find out. Welcome back to the channel, folks. It's time for G2. B with the early lead already in this best of 3, looking to book himself a date up against either Numidan or Corvinus. And I love that. Yeah, usually it's for the deer on the opening for the French, but instead, straight up onto the ball. Even better gathering rates for the 3D clan member. Okay, wait, this is a disgusting spawn. What? With the meta shifting away from pro-scang for French, this is a vile placement. What? Damn, that's impressive. So Starflock, 3 on the stone. We'll just be looking to inflate fast, which makes sense against French. You want to try and get your assistant levels in before they start to amount pressure. I think that pressure is going to come on a little bit quicker than Starflock expected because it is going to be a play on to ball. He did at least scout it, right? So he knows. But the timings can feel a little bit weirder. I'm not really that surprised that B done this, by the way. B doesn't like the pro scouting. Even when we still had the pro scout meta, he was trying to find ways to not pro scout. Looking at the spawn, actually, does Starflock have anything good? I mean, the berries all the way in the corner is not too bad. Also, berries near tree lines, so you can create, like, walls to retreat into. It's actually not a terrible spawn for Starflock. Even the Ford resources here, because, like, you're not against a Dark Age rushing civ. This would have been really bad if this was, say, Japanese versus Byzantines, because this is, like, death. An outpost here just screws your plans, right? Even the gold's like, oh my god, like, there's a lot of things that against a Dark Aging civ would be pretty painful here for Byzantines. Beasty. Just chill pill mode. Might just raw knights, actually. Just keep forcing Limitane spam, essentially forcing your opponent to sit in the corner the whole time. I think it's a good matchup for Byzantines. It's like, it can be good if you just don't take damage, is the idea. Because you just gradually scale into your percentage lead with assistance. But the big asterisk is don't take damage. 5 on goal for B. Why? Because knights. It's actually 4. So he's got boar gathering, who have a lot of food injection. Like, watch. Boink, boink, boink. So it kind of keeps up, actually. Did he? Yeah, he went survival technique. So, like, the food gathering isn't that terrible to kind of keep up with this. I don't know if... Like, you shouldn't really be going pro scouts here, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. Five onwards, so it's just going to be the house. He's not prioritizing, like, a stables rush. There's not this double night timing at all. Starflock. Probably going to be looking at Spearman into Javelins here. Like, Limitane Jav does make a lot of sense against French historically. Some players prefer Lombos if they know they can get fast castle. Just because, like, Lombos damage, the DPS average scales a lot better into the third age. But realistically here, especially with the way that you've seen B play this matchup, you're probably going to feel a lot safer just having Javs. Maybe... Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. I was about to say, maybe a unit from the neutral, but it's Chugnu. First night. Hitting the field soon. Second is indeed queuable already for him. Instead, he's just going to queue up additional workers, not to worry about that. And we'll be shifting more across on the food now. And this is really smart. It just saves his sheep until the very end. Can't you go pro scouts? I mean, you can with this tier placement, but it's just not really worth it. You shouldn't have to. If you're playing French against Byzantines, they shouldn't really be building cav against you. Not early anyway. So you just eat the food on the map. Going pro scouts, like, it's always been a weird, contradictory thing with French in my eyes. Because you're already the aggressive party. So if you pro scouts, you're actually letting up off of that pressure. You're giving your opponent a bit of breathing room. That doesn't sound very smart to me. That sounds very furry. I think players are starting to come around to that. Especially with the nerfs, it just doesn't make sense anymore. You kind of encourage it before, but now, the nerfs as they are, better to just lean into your strong point, which is attacking. Knights. Starting to show up in the base now. We do have wall focus on the east side from Starflock, but nothing to protect the west, so it's just a freebie walk-in. He was seen, however. And Limitane nicely played. Starflock will move over just to guard him on the re-entry into the base, but wait. Oh, left an opening. Oh, first blood drawn. Nice and early. B. He made that look so comically simple. And the second night now in. Despite the outpost defense, at least able to dive and scare him off. A little bit greedy from B to go that deep, but will eventually get Chivalry to make it better. I reckon we've got a ram timing here. We'll see. It's feasible. Very expensive at this stage, though. Maybe at like minute 8, he thinks about a ram, just to try and deny the outpost and get in here. And B's boar is here, guys. It tried to blend in with the wildlife. Backfired. Almost fully exploited already. There's 200 food left on it. And then he's got all the deer in the world. Moment of truth on the Merc house. Did he scout the archers? Yeah, he sees them. So, should just simply be javelins. What do you think, guys? Ones if you think Starflock's going to win. Twos if you think B is. Get your predictions in. B's position is pretty good right now. He is constricting the map correctly. Starflark is already up to level 4 system, though, which is a pretty lofty buff, even when you're 5 workers behind. The problem is the gathering rate is just so good on this food. Wouldn't be surprised to see B shifting more out soon, actually. Like, if anything, it might need more on gold at this rate first. Yeah, the gold income's just not really competing for what he needs here. He's leaning hard into Knights, by the way. Yeah, gets the 3 archers and just stops there. Walls are at least going up now from Starflark. So if B sees this, he might start to consider just adding in more archers for the direct fight. Because as the walls go up, your raid potential goes down, right? So Knights lose a little bit of value there. It's still a ridiculously strong unit you want to build more of. But you become a little bit more strained in your approach. In theory. And the reason I say in theory is, like, if you get up to 20 Knights, this doesn't matter. You just burn it and go through. The only thing it does is buys time for Starflark to move the army. But I think for, like, B here, it is a little bit annoying at this stage. He only has 1 clear target, and that target has almost been evaporated. Berries are almost gone, and then it's bat berries really far away in the corner. The wall's already being placed to secure it. Is B going castle? No, okay, it's just a misback. The way he's backing up and the way he's flowing resources, it might just be the nature of the deer gathering, just kind of catching him off guard on occasion. It does this. Like, you've got 8 villagers gathering, what, 35 food each? So that ends up being 280 food coming in each time. It's just easy to look and be like, oh, wait, what? My food doubled. What happened? New outpost for Starflark. Doesn't quite get it up. This is a lot of spearmen now. The problem is the Jav count is fairly decent. So you're seeing B just say, ah, to hell with it. Like, screw more archers, give me more knights. He almost has as many knights as there are spearmen. I mean, this is the trade-off of the groves, actually. Like, Starflark, once he has 10 of them, yeah, you feel pretty secure. But in the meantime, you're sacrificing your production rates. This is pretty scary for Starflark right now. Like, if he overextends, B can just munch on him. Even has the undermesh in to allow a dive afterwards. A few more archers now getting laid into the cake. To double down on knights, or no, he has got double archery. So he's intending to kind of rebalance this military force. I think what he's trying to do is just kind of raw, direct Starflark into mass spears. What's interesting about that is, like, I would have expected Starflark to always being directed into spears, considering, you know, jabs you can only build when you've got the oil. And I wouldn't have really expected horsemen. I guess, like, the mentality here for B is if I have a lot of knights, he won't even think horsemen. And then I don't have to worry about raiding either. Matane? Creeping in 1 by 1, not ideal. French Knights are going to start to micro away. Yeah, beautifully done, but hangs around just a little bit too long there. Swimmer getting that final stab out with the javelin damage, and it ends up being -3 knights in the end, actually. I think you're probably happy. Wait, was that 3 or 2? I think it was 2 in the scout. Okay. I think you're pretty happy as B. Like, that wasn't the biggest loss now that you're going to top off all these health bars. But Starflark does get an opportunity now. He's going for attack up. Now, this is usually a good thing. But what Starflark is doing is he's perfecting his economy to get Castle Age. He's not perfecting his economy to get techs after Castle Age. The problem with that is, remember what B done in game number 1. He's going to do it again. So Starflark has to be well aware that this will be a full feudal commitment. B loves playing the game this way. And with 21 knights and now a few archers to back him up, you can bet your ass off, top dollar, that gold vein is going to get dove over and over and over again. Out of time achieved. He hasn't even tapped up yet. Straight onto the outpost of the burn. Forces the Limitane forward. Enough damage to one-hit kill them. Knights going again. Does go for the short range charging. Gets it off. No brace. Limitane! Oh my god. They're just gone. The Knights munch for it all. He just crushes him. Fortifications are at least going to be bought into, but that did not even look close. Oh my goodness. The Limitane. So much for being the counterplay. We'll go off to a weaker outpost now, considering the fire armor is up there on the fortified. Starflock stuck, man. Like, this, the difference is 1,000 food. If that had been going into Limitane, I think B would have thought twice about this. He's so good at reading these FC timings and punishing them. It's going to be a bailout from that outpost. But no gold backup option, man. Everything forward spawn for Starflock. It just wasn't the game for this type of idea, unfortunately. Knights just committing now into those posts. We'll dive in for the jabs to just scare them away. So many more Knights that can still come. Remember, he's got another deer stack just over here. It's not far away. What's up, Philly? Appreciate the Prime, buddy. Appreciate everyone who brings those subs in. Prime subs are free as well. Use them. Or lose them. Starflock is just going to be losing here. 3 more workers ready to be sacked. Archers could snipe them down now. Yep, moves with them. Charges in. And that will do it. You don't really need much more than this. All B needs to do now is just keep pumping units and then gradually creeping deeper into the base. The Grand Winery is also on the front side, so it's going to be hard to gather oil there. Berries, deer, this is all limited resources. And you need to do so much catch up. The mesh is at least coming through. So Starflock's going to try to rally defense. I mean, maybe that would have been the difference. Like an undermesh could have helped him out a lot, maybe. I lobby for balanced civs. I try. And then get tagged by my own chat about Malians. Your Lombo so you can snipe the archers easy peasy. Yeah, like if you're going to be in your base, agreed. Jabs feels nicer if you think you can come out a bit. But I don't know if Starflock was ever going to be able to. Not with the way B was playing this anyway. Let's dive in again. Time starting to reach towards the farms. Still doesn't have the gold. And this timing could not have been worse for Starflock. He has the food necessary. I don't think he's getting the time on that gold vein, though. Archer's just going in for the trade to get rid of Limitane. He's baiting him close because he wants him in melee. If he's in melee, he can't brace, and there it is. Smashes with the Knights. Gets that maximum damage with the Lance into club from the sword. And that will be the end. There's no comeback here. Clean by B. And this guy is one of the scariest people in Field Age right now. Because he'll stay feudal for so damn long and make you regret your teching choice. Yeah, Philly, it's almost like if you turned up on time, you would have seen what B just done with Malians in game 1 and then understand the context. Imagine that. Like, there's like that guy that like shows up, you know, 8th episode in a season of 10 episodes. He's like, I just don't get why these guys are you know what? You're like the person who turns up to Lord of the Rings in the 3rd movie. Halfway through, he's like, why the fuck are they going to this mountain? Like, why is everyone want this ring? The hell? I don't get it. Like, just go to your local jewelers. It just looked like a standard band to me with a little bit of engraving. What idiots. Oh, dear. Safest way to play Biz versus French is adding horsemen. Like, getting 1 or 2 horsemen when B's playing like that, it's not the craziest idea, because, like, it then makes him not feel safe gathering. Like, the gathering was just so good on the flank from him. But yeah, either that or just keep flooding more Limitana, I guess. I think he was just getting scared that B was going to react with archers at that stage, and you don't have, like, great olive oil income long-term to just keep scaling jabs. Why can't B shop like this in ST tournaments? I think it's the influx nature of like the patches at the moment, and then also the new maps that we typically introduce that favors B's approach. Whereas like when you get in hunker down mode, like the Marine Lords and like your Vortexes come out, and they basically grind the map rotation, the map pull into paste because like the time investment versus hours or something. KB tried to convince us that laptop keyboards is better than a full-size keyboard. I'm fine with this. I played games on this. Philly, I could take you into Halo and beat the crap out of you on this. Seems fine to me. I'll even play trackpad and kick your ass. How about that? All right. But we've been live for what, 4.5 hours? That's not a bad timing. So what does that leave us to cover? Tomorrow's going to be a fun one. We haven't got the variety stream tomorrow. Like, I'm going to try to kick up the variety streams into the flow of things towards February again. For Tuesdays, but obviously we still have the Fridays where we'll be focusing on that. I just need some time to code some things, so I've got a cool idea this week. So also I'm playing catch up on a lot of the editing, but that means tomorrow, AoE4 wise, we're going to have Beasty versus Gento, Scatterbrain versus Jif, we'll have Numidan versus Corvinus, and we'll have QFs as well. So we've got plenty still to come, folks. And then, of course, Thursday will be the semi-finals, grand finals, etc. So yeah, fun, busy week ahead of us. I'm going to see if I can find some time to squeeze in the coding, because I have a really fun idea for Planet Zoo that I want to do. But I need to code a bot and then do... I think it'll be a fun one. But yeah, that'll be it for today. Thanks for tuning in. Really good day. See a lot of people tuning on both YouTube and Twitch. Thank you very much for watching. Remember, guys, Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, we've got content for you live all of those days. So make sure you're tuning in each and every time. You don't want to miss any of it. Got to keep on building the bigger and better things, and you guys can be part of it. So thank you very much. YouTube, I am going to end the stream right now. Twitch, hang around though, because we are going to